Clean the inside of this jar with alcohol and clean all the basic open.
What's up, everybody? Or who all's in here? Jack and Peter. How are you, sir? Just getting ready to do some these tumblers that we got in over here. Just got through cleaning the S1, making sure everything's good to go, maintenance-wise. I'm gonna probably wipe it down a little bit more. Maybe put a little grease on it because it hadn't been done in a little while, and then we'll get things started. Yeah, I put a camera over there so y'all can see what's going on the other side of the room there. Not a lot of audio over there, but you know, I got the camera over there anyway. So let's put you back over there for a second. I'm gonna check and just make sure everything looks good before we start this job. Cause I don't wanna mess up none of these tumblers or mess up my machine doing this job. So let's go check it out here. Let me go ahead and freeze it. All right, so I got that mostly clean. It's not bad. It probably could use a deep cleaning, but it's mostly clean. I just used a little grease that they send with the machines on the rails. Just wipe the rails clean with a rag. Bill got ahead of himself and went to putting a tumbler in there before I got my cleaning regiment done, so I had to work around that. But yeah, we got to set the focus and everything. Let me get the software up. But we are about to get started here, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and launch. I use XCS with the S1. The Lightburn works limitedly, but I just, for doing tumblers, guys, I mean, I you can't really beat just the old plain XCS with it, in my opinion. So that's what we're going to do now. Is I'm going to go over here. This is actually the file from a month ago when I did the last batch of these, so we're just going to open that up and rock with it. See what settings we got in here. You starting with the dark ones first, Bill?
Yeah, I got the blacks on there.
So with the black ones being in there, the settings on this is going to be not quite. I don't quite need 70 on my power. I can actually use, I think we was going with 60 last time. I could probably go down to 50, but we'll just do 60. Well, let's do 50 for the blacks. We'll do 50 for the black. And go from there. I don't know why it was set to score. That makes no sense. Why did my file get all messed up? Let me look and make sure this ain't a problem. How about we just close this and we reopen it? Make sure I didn't click something I didn't realize I clicked while I was talking to you guys. So it's still set to 70. It's set to engrave. Okay, I was trying to figure out. All right, so we could probably go with 50, but we'll do 55 on the black just to be sure. I think last time we went a little hotter than that, but they were a little brassy. So, all right. So what we got to do now is we got to set the focus on this tumbler, and with tumblers, guys, of course, I like to set my focus a little high. Bill, you got my height cheater over there?
Wasn't it the ruler?
Yeah, the ruler. It's got on one side, it's got kind of a rounded edge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, take that rounded edge and set that on top of that tumbler right at the crest of the tumbler. We're teaching Bill how to do this also. All right. You got it in there at the crest of the tumbler, correct?
The tip top for I can see.
All right, move the module to where the laser is pointing at the top of the little spacer that we're using for our focus adjustment. Once you got the laser in there to where it's is it on top of that?
Yeah, on the top of the tumbler part.
On the ruler?
It's on top of the ruler, yes.
All right, then we're gonna go over here, guys, and what I'm gonna do over here is just hit this little distance. Why is it? Machine's not showing it connected. That would definitely be causing a problem. We might have to start over. My machine's not connected. All right, power the machine off and back on. Let's see if we're having a little technical difficulties with XCS. Huh?
Emergency stop.
Yeah, emergency stop will work. Or you can flip the power switch, either one. Not sure what's going on. We did have to change some stuff on my internet. I bet that's what it is, because I did have to change my modem the other day, though. My ISP had some issues, and they come out and put a different modem in, and it didn't work, so I had to fix it. So I may have to adjust the IP settings on it. Oh, it's definitely going to be the problem. Let's see here. All right, let me close this out. Yep. I'm gonna have to reset my wireless probably. So I'm pretty sure it's not getting the same IP address as it was before. I could do that one of two ways. I could go in and fix the IP address that it's looking for on the network, which would probably be just as easy. Or we can try to see if I can just get it to jump onto that this way. So I'm gonna restart XCS and see if it'll connect now. That's what happens when you don't use your machine for a while. Alright, so X till S1. Connect. Yeah, we're gonna run a cable to it. All right, give me a minute. I'm gonna run a USB cable over there and hook it up. It's gonna be the easiest way because what's happening is it's looking for the IP address that was on it last time, and now that I've changed my network setup, it's apparently gave it a different IP address. So give me a second, and you get to watch this part too, because we're going to go through the whole setup process, basically. So give me a minute. All right, we're gonna need an extension cable to get over there. And the S cable, I think is what it takes. Or is it? This is got that weird one in it.
She's connected now.
All right, so I got it connected USB. So now that we got it connected USB, we're gonna have to do some work to it there. Dum, 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 dum. You know what? Do it this way. Uh-oh. Oh, new firmware. We got a USB cable run to it. All right, let's no guts, no glory, right? We do have USB power to it. So here we go. Well, that was quick. So just gonna let it sit for a minute and update the firmware. That's what I see. This is what happens when you don't use your machine for a month. Your network changes, so you have to redo the IP address. They push out a firmware update, so now the machine's got to have a firmware update. Now it's doing some kind of weird boot cycle thing over there. So hopefully we don't brick it. If we brick it, y'all get to see us set up another machine to do these with. So, what's up, Robert? How are you? We just over here messing around in the shop, trying to do some tumblers. And thought I'd fire up a live, see what you guys were up to, seeing who was doing what, and if y'all had any questions, maybe we can answer them while we're here. And I've been busy, so I hadn't been on here a lot, so make sure y'all know that I hadn't quit on you. I've just been busy doing other stuff, but I have plenty of internet here, so this firmware update shouldn't take too long. But it does look like it's going to take a few minutes. So we're at 88%, 89%. So it's coming along. So we'll say hey while everybody's here. See y'all here. Peter Mulder, how are you, sir? Jack, morning, sir. Gordon Gregory. Yep, it is definitely tumbler time. Bulldog Chefs, good morning to you there. Robert Lowe, well, thank you for having a seat with us and hanging out. Mama Bear 86 over in the UK. Thanks for stopping by. Good news, guys. We have succeeded. So let's go ahead and get this show on the road. We'll get back to that in a second. So I'm just going to hit the confirm button that we have upgraded our firmware now. And that's why we had to do it. They've added this obtain background. I forgot about that. They did release that the other day. So it looks like we've got connectivity with the machine. But the one thing that I do want to do before we do anything, go ahead and hit the check for updates button just to be sure, latest firmware. We're going to go ahead and double check the internet settings and make sure I got that set up here. So I think that was I think that's what was causing my problem. There we go. I don't want that one. Well, okay, it's not going to let me connect to the other one because it's wrong. All right. So just making sure while I'm in here that my Wi-Fi settings are correct. All right, Bill, pull the plug on her. Let's see if we got the Wi-Fi set up correctly. I don't really want to run it with a cable. It's the one that's plugged into the X-Tool S1. Which one is it?
No, I was trying to remember
what the heck?
what's in you when I plug.
Why is it not letting me connect to it? Alright, well, let's restart XCS. Why is this this has been working flawlessly, and now all of a sudden we're not wanting to cooperate, so let me restart XCS. All right, did you plug me back up?
I can.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to plug me back up because I restarted XCS to see if. Well, hang on. Let me see if it fixes it. It may connect, but I don't know why all of a sudden it's which is probably because I got so many darn X tools. It's showing the P2, the Ultra, not connected, not connected, not connected. All right, let me see if it finds it on the Wi-Fi. Okay, all right, it's seeing it. Just had to go back and reset it. All right, so we still unplugged, right? Yeah, we can get the cables and put them back up. We're good now.
You sure?
Yep. All right, so I'm gonna close it one more time, one more again, just to make sure it's not a fluke. You can go ahead and get the cables put up, though. I'm pretty confident. I just had to go back in and change the settings on the little connection window. They used to have it to where it would say Wi-Fi or network. It had one for each, but they've got it now to where it just shows you that one little connection point. All right, so we're going to open up the tumblers. All right, get that open. Let me get my little window down here where I can see if y'all saying something. All right, got that up and going. All right, so now we're showing connected, and now I can actually see where the module is located. So we're gonna go. All right, Bill, we're ready to focus now. So what I'm gonna need you to do is go over there and with the ruler in place, so that gives us our 3mm standoff that I like. Take the crosshair, put it on top of the ruler somewhere, so that we can focus the machine to the back of the now you can do it like you ain't gotta do it right near the edge because it may flip that ruler up.
I'm gonna hold on to it.
Okay, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna trick it to raise the focus by putting that little ruler, because the ruler just works really well. We're gonna focus it right there. I don't know what that little was, but we're fixing to reset that focus after this. All right, is it still in the same spot? Mm-hmm. I'm going to do that again because I don't know what that clicking was about. It's probably where I had the module off of it. There it goes. Yeah. Apparently somebody didn't put the little focusing probe back in there correctly a while ago. That's what that clicking was it was trying to reseat itself. All right, so we got our focus set. All right, Bill, you can line up the engrave using the 65mm gauge now.
One question real quick. You go off the, I can't remember.
Off the top of the cup.
That's what I'm saying, off top of the cup, or you want to go?
Top of the cup.
Okay.
65 millimeters from the edge of the cup. So what Bill's doing is he's putting my little gauge. I use that gauge to measure from the top of the cup. And with these tumblers and this logo, I did the math and I come up with this little gauge here to basically make sure I've got the right offset from the top of the cup on all of them. Now, just because he is a novice at this, I'm going to go over and take a gander at the rotational center and make sure we're centered where I want it. All right, see the two M's?
Yeah, I know right in the middle of those.
Right in the middle of the two M's, right there.
Remember that.
And then you can shut the lid. All right, so he hadn't set the middle of the rotation, but we've got that set to where I want it, and so now we should be good to go. I'm gonna go ahead and double check power settings here. Go ahead and turn that down to, we'll just leave it at, we'll do 50. Well, I better do 60 because I can't remember what I did last time.
Just double check my jaws real quick.
And what? Double check what? Are you not confident?
After last time, just let me double check, make sure. I know it's all good.
Now you know you have to check the align. Oh, did you just twisting on it? Is that all you're doing?
No, I just checked the jaws, make sure it was still tight.
You need me to come over there. You need me to come over there and make sure you got it snug.
No,
You got them girl hands and all.
it's snug.
Okay.
Everything's good.
All right. So I think we're confident now. We're confident, Bill.
About 95.
All right. Well, it's only a $40 tumbler.
Yeah, that's all. That's all. We got plenty of them. Don't worry about it.
So here we go. We're gonna process this guy. Waiting for the preview. The cool thing about it is once we do this one, for tumblers, all I got to do is go over there and hit the button and start the next one. So here we are with the processing's ready to go, and we're gonna hit start. And now Bill's got to hit the magic button.
Was it once or twice?
Just once.
I couldn't remember last time. There it
Oh,
goes.
here we go. All right. So we'll know in a few minutes whether Bill did his job right or not.
I cleaned it this time.
Well, last time you put your fried chicken grease all over it and made it slip.
Let me show y'all something. Give y'all a tip. When you put these in here, take a little bit of alcohol and wipe around the top. And clean your chuck jaws first. Last time, if you don't, that thing will ease down and it will be all messed up.
Yeah, Bill put it in there last time. I think he ate some chicken wings or something right before we did these tumblers, and so he put the tumbler in the chuck, and it just slowly twisted down as it was turning, and we got through, and the logo was like running downhill, like kind of an angle, like it was melting, and by the time the engrave was over with, the tumbler was almost sitting on the work surface. Yeah. Well, did we even connect the exhaust, Bill?
We didn't.
It started to smell like tumblers in here, guys. Let me go get the exhaust pipe hooked up.
That's why I started smelling something. I was like, yeah, something like that.
Just slide it over that one. There you go.
Yeah. We won't forget about that.
Yeah. I knew I was like starting to taste like tumblers burning in here.
But look, my defense on the last ones, we had done like 30 plus tumblers. Every one of them come out perfect. And we was like 3 or 4 from the end. And I must have licked my finger, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I said, that messed me all up there. My confidence went downhill. I was 110 before that.
News fan. I haven't heard anything on that mill mage or whatever. I hadn't really been keeping up with it. I stay busy. Like I said, I do try to watch like Steve's videos and a few other people's videos while I'm working in here, but for a little while longer, I'm just going to have to be wide open all the time. But anyway, where were we at? All right, so what's up, Gordon Gregory? How are you? Gordon says hi, Bill.
Hello there.
Perman, good morning to you. Dale, good morning. Greg, yeah, about to burn some tumblers. Hopefully we're not going to burn them, but we're going to leave a mark on them anyway. Peter, no, on the X tools, I just use that little tubes of grease they send with the X tool machines. It works pretty well. I mean, it really feels like just regular white, like lithium grease that you would see. Maybe even like that food service machinery grease that you see around. But it works. But a lot of the machines, like my CNC and stuff like that, I use a 3-in-1 machine oil, the old sewing machine oil from back in the day. It works really well too. Jeremy said it's Harley maintenance over there. Just shine some chrome. Did I have a what? No, it just twists up.
Okay.
I just twist them up and stick them in this drawer over here. Now the extension, I try to keep it right there handy, because I'm always needing that extension when I got stuff across the shop over there. So let's see here what else we got. What's up, Philip? How are you? Yeah, glad to be in the shop, that's for sure. Next, Jenford says XCS doesn't have Wi-Fi settings within it where it can search for the new modem. Well, what I did is I set static IPs on my network for lasers and such. You don't have to do that. It's something that I do, and so occasionally, if there's a change as far as the IP information or whatever, you kind of have to force the machine to pick it up if you do that. Now, if you don't do that, if it's looking for the laser simply by the MAC address, which most of the time it will, it's not necessary. And to be honest with you, setting static IPs is probably an overkill, but because when I managed the network at the PD for so long, it was just easier for me to do it on and know where everything was and not have to worry about IP conflicts. And I just got in the habit of doing it, so it's probably not really necessary. But yeah, Greg, I was having to figure out why it wasn't connected. It's usually something simple, but I'm guessing it's probably because we changed out the modem in the house the other day, because my network is way more complicated than the average home network. I've got a separate sub network out here in the shop, and then one in the house, and it's not your average network. Says $40. There's always the other side. Just keep the correct side forward.
Yeah.
Not really. Oh, yeah. Talking about the tumbler. If you mess one up.
Now I messed it up pretty good last time.
Yeah, I would say that
There
one.
wasn't no other side to
Yeah,
it.
that one I used earlier. You did a number on it.
Which machine you're using?
Now, Aaron, I don't want to be sitting here huffing the fumes off of that. Those, I will tell you, tumblers is one of the things that I make sure I vent real good, because there's no telling what's in that stuff. Fred's asking which machine are we using, and we are using the X-Tool S1. This one has a 40-watt module on it. X-Tool never even sent me any of the other modules, guys. So that's the only module I have is the 40-watt. People have asked me, hey, can you do this with the 2-watt IR on your S1, or can you do this with your 20-watt module? I only have the 40-watt module, so.
Now this is as big as that one goes, right? 40?
40 watts is the most powerful one you can get with the S1. And like I said, I like the 40-watt module, but it wouldn't hurt my feelings to have had the IR module for it too, but I've got it now to where, I mean, the S1 is pretty much I've got it set up to where I use it for tumblers a lot. Yep. That's all I've done in it, that and the t-shirts in the past several months. The silk screen stuff.
I know we've got a bunch of tumblers.
Yeah, I've done. We got 20 something now. So I've done
20 a day.
I've done a pile of these big ones in there.
It's been close to
but yeah. So anybody got any questions or anything? Because right now we're just sitting around waiting on this machine to finish up. It don't even tell me how many. Oh wait a minute, processing time. Estimated time left 9 minutes. What? No. How far along is it?
We're looks like over halfway.
Oh, okay. So, oh, it says left time 1:51. Okay, it's counting down.
I was gonna say, 'cause last time it only took like 10 minutes.
Yeah, there's still like 9 minutes and 50 cents. That's the 50 seconds. That's the whole time.
That's the whole time.
I can't read this morning.
You had one of my moments.
The light bar stuff for the rotary. Fred, I don't use the rotary, and I don't really use my S1 in Lightburn a lot. I'd have to sit down and play with it myself, to be honest with you, because with the X-Tool stuff, guys, using their software for rotary stuff is the way to go. I used to didn't think that. I used to was diehard. Lightburn's better. But XCS has gotten better to the point that where unless I'm actually designing something, like if I'm designing a cut, I'll do it in Lightburn. But if I've already got the file made or somebody sends me a file to use and I just need to bring it in and burn it, I'll just use XCS because it's less problematic, I guess you could say, because as good as Lightburn works with the X-Tool products, there's still a few little bugs here and there. And I just don't have time, especially on a paid for job, $40 tumblers. I don't have any time or money for mishaps. So I'm going to run the X-Tool software just to make sure that if something screws up, it's going to be my fault, not the software or the hardware. Because you start, it's a matter of trust, I guess. But I've gotten so used to the S1 on Lightburn. And I was even part of the group that was testing the Lightburn when they modified it to work with the S1, and I still didn't like it. All right, so we're going to swap you over. You can see the swap out process, how easy this is. You going to be able to pull this off by yourself, Bill?
I'm going to try.
All right, don't screw it up.
I'm going to try.
So the secret here, guys, is don't move the laser module. So that's what, Bill is trying to take that cup out. And if you come further towards the machine, you ain't got to do that weird little twist that you just had to do. But the way I've got mine set up, I've got the chuck set up to where it's far enough back that there's room, even for those big 40-ounce cups like that, there's room to get those in and out of there. So if you're doing like I did with mine, and if you notice, my S1 is sitting on a oak board that I put together. And if you look in the corners of the workspace, you'll see those little Luan corner brackets. Those keep the machine in place. Don't let the machine move. All they do basically is just hold up against the edge of that ridge right there. And in holding the machine still and holding the chuck or the RA2 still, that makes sure that I can just batch them out over and over again. Are you done over there? Because you're being awful still. So I was just waiting on the lid to shut. So you got it right though, right?
I'm praying.
All right, well, hit that magic button.
You gotta hit it twice now.
Mm-hmm.
Once last time, twice this time.
So now that, like I said, I've got my little RA2 jig set up in the bottom of the machine also. So what that does is that holds the jig still. And so as long as you don't move the module by hand accidentally, everything is in the same exact spot every tumbler that you do. And it takes away the setup time. Because you literally just swap the tumbler out, double tap the button, and it does the next one. So it's pretty efficient in my book. And with my S1 having the riser and everything, I can do massive tumblers in there.
And these right here look a lot clean. I haven't wiped it off or anything yet. That's what you're seeing.
Well, I was trying to keep from going as dark. Let's clean it up and see if it's shiny. Because last time it had a little bit of gray to them because it was a little too hot. But that one should be shiny. Because what I'm trying to go for is the shiny look like that.
There's hardly no soot on the rag. I just drop on a clean rag.
I just want to make sure I ain't. I mean, I'd like for it to be a little shiny. I don't want it to be, it ain't got to be like rear view mirror shiny, but I started to go down to 50. But I don't remember if I tried 50 last time or not, and I didn't want to take a chance. I'd rather be a little dark than to be not dark enough. Oh, hey, we got a question. All right, so let's see. On the Adam Stack A70 Pro autofocus, it seems to go through the focus procedure, but at the end, result is almost twice as high as it should be. Is there an adjustment somewhere? What do you mean as it should be? Because the Adam Stack A70, the focus length on that thing, the beam will be that long before you get to the material. So if you're cutting and it's cutting well, it's where it should be. Mine is massive. Yeah, I probably could have went a little bit. Probably could have went a little cooler. Probably could have dropped it down to 50 if I'd have wanted to, but it still looks good. It's hard to tell that it's shiny until you get the light hitting it just right. Yep, looks good. But with the A70, like I said, it's focused. That thing is still, the beam on it is probably 2 inches. So yeah. Hang on, let me go over here and find these mammoths for you. But ow. That's the 40 ounce tumblers. Alright, I'll get y'all a link. I'm pretty sure this is already in my on my Amazon shop. If you go to my Amazon shop and you go down to laser engraved blanks, I'm pretty sure these are on there. For those of you that aren't around. Well, Tom, if it's too high to cut, what it is there's a macro on the machine, in the controller, but I've never adjusted it and I'm not sure if it is adjustable, to be honest with you, but it knows to go down to the material and then come up X number of steps to set the focus. So I'm not sure. I'd have to see the machine working to know for sure. But I'm telling you, with this A70, it sets up high, like the beam. You can see the beam a pretty good ways. So I don't know that there's a way of adjusting it. That would be a question for Adam Stack. I'm pretty sure that settings is in the controller somewhere, but I don't know that you can actually set it without interfacing with the controller some other way than Lightburn. Because I don't think there's a $sign value that sets that or anything. And if there was, I don't know how it could have got changed or could have got set wrong. So we got tumbler running over there, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Is that another black one?
Yes, sir.
Sweet. Yep. Bill is going to be he's going to be getting his tumbler certification pretty soon, hopefully. He's working hard. He almost had it last go around, but then right there at the end he screwed up and wound up failing the test, because the way you graduate from Clack Shack tumbler certification program is you have to successfully do all of the tumblers in the batch without screwing up any. And he was like 2 from being done the other day and messed one up, so he's had to start over. But yeah, there's the tumblers down there that I'm using. We've got a place here in Clanton that's a distributor for them. If you're in Chilton County, which I know most of you guys are like overseas or somewhere else, but yeah, that's where I'm getting them. I have seen some advertisements for that Tyvok Spider S1. It looks pretty cool, and although I do like the fact that, you know, it could be both. It could be a laser or it could be a CNC. I would have to have my hands on it because I'm a little skeptical because typically you guys, I mean, you know how it is. I mean, typically if you've got one tool that's supposed to do 2 or 3 different things, it's going to be mediocre at those things because typically with CNCs you need high torque, not a lot of speed, and with lasers you need high speed, not a lot of torque. So by design, typically those machines aren't the same. It's just like I've seen, you know, Onefinity machines with lasers on them. I've seen the new CNC Labs machine with lasers on them, and they're slow. Like for CNC wise, the Onefinity and the CNC Labs machines are fast as far as CNCs go, but compared to even the cheapest laser, they're slow. So I would be interested to see how well it did at CNCing as far as like, can you actually engrave a decent pass with it, or is it too weak? And then I would also like to see on the laser side of it, how fast is it at engraving? Because, you know, in order to get that torque, you're gonna have to slow the speed down a little bit, and it's a bit of a balancing act. That's why I haven't put a laser module on my Shapeoko, because the only possible reason that I would do that is if I just had to have a laser that had needed a 4 foot by 4 foot work area. That would be the only reason. If I could pull it off using one of these other machines, I would do that first, because even as fast as it can go, I mean, anything more than a 10-watt module, I'm not going to be able to use on my CNC, because I'm not going to be able to go fast enough unless I'm cutting. As far as engraving, I'm not going to be able to go fast enough without cutting stuff into with a 40-watt. Good morning. Or afternoon, is it? Yeah, it's afternoon. It's afternoon, technically. There, the side of the radio. How are you? Oh. But yeah, we've just been hanging out. Bill said he didn't have nothing going on today, and he heard I had some more tumblers, so he wanted to come try his hand at it again.
Yeah.
He's getting better. We didn't fire him after the last little incident, so he's happy about that, I guess. But we had a ball game last night. It was raining, so I sat out in the rain all night last night. Do 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 do. We did. Verbena did. They actually did pretty well. I don't know if I don't know if it was that the other team just wasn't that skilled, or if our guys were doing a really good job. I'm not sure yet. But the team that we're playing Billingsley this next week, so we'll know if it was a fluke or if they're getting better. Because if they beat Billingsley, then you know that's pretty good. All right, so let's see. What? I'm just waiting on you to swap it out. See if you can do it without messing something up over there. He's being all careful. Look at him. Yeah. He's trying to be all careful. Yeah, you do got to make sure you don't bump that module. That is when you're trying to batch them out like this, because if you bump the module, then you lose time, because now you got to go back and realign everything, which is not that bad using the techniques that I use.
And you're still set up
But
red, right?
huh? Yeah, red will do, I mean, basically what black does. I mean, red and black actually burns a little easier than red, but the settings I got in there now that I used on that black will work for red. What's our next color going to be?
We got orange probably.
Orange? Yeah, orange should be fine too with the black settings. But we start getting into the light blues and the pastels, then we're going to have to change it. All right. Yep, better double check it. Make sure you got it. You got the alignment on the 2 M's, right?
Yeah, or between 2 M's.
All right, cool. All right, you good. There you go. There you are, sir. There you are. All right, hey. so far so good, guys. He has completed 2 tumblers successfully. So for those of you keeping score, that's 2 out of, how many did you say we had?
20.
To 2 out of about 20.
Yeah.
So if he can consistently do it for like 18 more tumblers, he may pass the tumbler challenge today.
Yeah, we got 20 tumblers.
20 tumblers. So he is 1/10 of the way there. So far, guys, he is successful at the Saturday tumbler challenge.
Don't jinx me.
Shelby. Yeah, and the CNC part of it for engraving and cutting like smaller materials, if you're just wanting to stick with like 1/4 inch materials and stuff like that, it doesn't take a lot of CNC to do 1/4 inch materials because it's relatively thin, so you can run a 1/16 pass if you need to, or an 1/8, and cut through it really quick. I wouldn't mind getting my hands on one of them for sure, because it is an interesting concept, and I have considered trying to put a laser module on my CNC just for in those situations, because I have a couple of I actually have the which one is it? The ComGrow 20 watt module with the power pack and all that I'm pretty sure I could make work with my CNC, because I have the little quick connect and everything on the side of the spindle. But I just don't know that I'll ever have a need for it, and I don't want to take a chance on something going wrong and messing up my machine. It's just too risky. And that's almost $4,000 sitting over there, and I don't want to go trying to engineer something on it and mess it up.
Is Harvey on this morning?
Who?
Harvey too old to do this.
I hadn't seen him. I have not seen him. All right, so this side of the radio has a question. For engraving, etching, etc., is there a big jump from the 10 to the 20 watt? I tracked the 20 watt is better for cutting. Engraving, you can get a little better speed with a 20 watt because it's hotter. I mean, it all boils down to the 20 watt at 100%. When it impacts that material, it's going to generate more heat because, you know, watts translates over to joules or whatever. So, I mean, 20 watts is going to create more heat at the point of impact with the material. So by it having more heat at the point of impact, it can move faster and actually have the same effect to the material because it's hotter. It's kind of like if you took a torch, a blow torch, as opposed to like a grill lighter, and ran it across a piece of wood. The grill lighter is going to have to kind of hang out in that one spot a lot longer to make that mark than the torch would, because it doesn't have as much output, as much heat. So yes, in a sense, the higher wattage will make engraving faster. Some people will argue that the smaller spot size is better for engraving because you can get more detail. And there's a barely noticeable difference, in my opinion, between the 10 and the 20s as far as engraving goes on wood and stuff. Now you start getting into anodized materials or porcelains and stuff that can really take the shading or whatnot. It's a little more noticeable, but for wood, the medium that you're going to be using the most, it's not really that big of a jump to me in the clarity between the 20 and the 10. It is, but you like literally have to have them side by side and pay close attention to be able to tell a difference in the 20s and the 10s that I've used. But you can do all the same materials. It's just going to be a little slower with engraving for the most part, because in order to build up that amount of heat that the 20 watt puts off, you're just going to have to stay there longer with the 10 watt. So in essence, you can do the same exact thing, just takes a little longer. But if you're doing like raster images or vectors or whatever, if you're doing vectors to where it's just like a block, like just one solid engrave, technically a 20 watt might engrave faster because the beam is bigger and therefore you can have a lower LPI and have a solid engrave. But it would be very, very, very nitpicky to try to even compare those. Whoo! Well, got them all done yet, Bill? Yeah,
Almost.
I'm just being lazy over here talking to them. So.
I need to practice. I don't mind.
Oh, what's up, Ralph? How are you? Now, well, I didn't really have it planned, guys. I was just in the shop. Bill come over. We were going to work on these tumblers. And so I just decided, you know what? I haven't talked to you guys. And I know a lot of folks aren't necessarily available Sunday afternoons to be in the live. So I like to try to, every now and then, just pop one up for you folks that are in different time zones or, maybe that work or have things to do during the normal scheduled lives. So, we'll see how it goes. But yeah.
I need y'all to do me a favor, by the way.
Uh-oh.
I need everybody to comment 100%. Y'all stand behind me, see who else followed me today.
Oh, you gonna screw up for us, we'll get the
I'm gonna
function out of you.
I'm gonna follow the comments and see. If they got faith, I'm gonna do it right. I need 100% up there in every comment.
Yeah, y'all can go check out Bill's channel if you want to. He's still trying to find himself, and I give him a hard time, guys. Me and Bill have been we've been friends for a long time. Like
4th grade.
Like I've known him
4th grade.
a long time. As far as I know, I don't have any socks that I've had since I met him. So that's it's a long time because we keep socks a long time. But no, I've known him for a long time, and he's doing his channel and he's trying to do some videos, but he's just I don't know. Give him some ideas for content because the man is struggling trying to figure out what kind of content he wants to do or you guys want to see. And I told him, and this is my look at it, y'all guys don't come hang out at me because I make the best videos. Because I don't. Let's face it, my videos, some of them are terrible. But I just try to be cool to hang out with. And so I told him to just go for that. Go for being cool to hang out with. And then if the content sucks, y'all guys can watch it and let us know it sucks, and then we can fix it.
Yeah.
So.
What my deal is my channel started off as a farm channel, but then.
Well, your animals tried to kill you, Bill.
Yeah, I got sick, caused my pigeons, and I had to get rid of everything. So now I'm looking for a new direction. So I'm trying to do lasers and trying to do fishing, trying to do everything. I just keep finding my right path. So
well, you ain't got to feed lasers. It's cheaper.
And thank you, Timmy and Mr. View Tibbin. 100%. Thank you.
You gotta feed birds and pigs and animals and stuff. If you don't believe that, ask my buddy Jason over at Cog Hill. That gets expensive. Yes, the Atom Stack is right here beside me. I use it a lot, actually. The only machine in the shop that I use more than my Atom Stack 70 is my Atom Stack 40 watt. And the reason is I do my stove covers are done on my 40 watt because of the size of the work area. And that's the one that's over here in Enclosurizilla, which the lights are all off and everything right now. You can't see a whole lot in there. But I use Enclosurizilla, and then I use the Atom Stack A70 a lot for cutting. What do I do with that? What do I do with that bamboo thing that I cut? Hang on, let me find it. That bamboo piece I cut out of bamboo guy.
Which one are you talking about?
It's shaped like Alabama.
Oh, I haven't seen it. Did you throw it over here?
I don't know what I did with it.
It's right here.
Is it over there? Why did I put it in there?
I don't know.
I put it in the giveaway box.
I just found it.
Yeah, Luke, but you ain't got to be here. If you don't use them, you ain't got to feed them. So it don't cost as much money. But I did this with the A70 this week. This is a bamboo cutting board, and I wanted a piece of bamboo to try to do a different shape with. So this is actually, I cut the bamboo with the A70, and this was a one pass. Just testing to see if I could cut them. And let's see how thick this is. It's got, I think it's like 10, 11 millimeters. 10.25 millimeters thick. Well, it says 10.48 there. But anyway, about 10.5 millimeter bamboo. And it's one of my goofed up cutting boards that I didn't throw away. I just kept it as a test piece. And yeah, I cut 10 millimeter thick bamboo with it. So, but yeah, the A70 is what I use for stuff like this. Occasionally I'll want to cut a piece of something out, like a piece of 1/2 inch plywood or a piece of 3/4 ply, and make something. I use it for that. I can do engraving with it, like certain things. I don't do engraving with it because it has a huge spot size. Now, going from a 10 watt to the 70, you can notice the spot size. It does a good job at engraving, but it's a little overpowered for just regular engraving. And yes, I can switch it over to 35 and do engraving with it, but I just don't like switching them because I'll forget to flip the switch back. But yeah, that's a test project I was working with. Yeah, the side of radio. I told him it's YouTube, because see, I didn't actually, because a lot of people ask me like, how did you get started, or what did you do to start your YouTube channel? It actually was an accident. I didn't mean to do it. So for me to be able to sit here and tell you, hey, this is what you need to do to start your YouTube channel, it's just, I mean, I can tell you what I did, but I'm no pro. I'm no expert. I was just doing videos because I enjoyed it. I had fun with it. And then YouTube actually become a thing, you know. So not really a pro at that. You got your one subscriber over there, Bill, the learning enthusiast.
Thank you.
So he said he's gonna take his subscribe back if you screw up a tumbler, though.
Oh God. Golly.
But no, it's fun. What are you working on over there? You got one going?
Yeah.
Oh, the red ones, yeah. We'll get to see it. Is that it?
No, I'm messing with you.
I thought did you already do one red one? How did it turn out? You didn't bring it over here to let me show people.
I put the handle on it while you
God, boy, I
I
tell
was putting the handle on it while you were talking.
you better hope you don't mess up none of them. 'Cause I'm gonna flunk you.
I was getting it all complete.
Ew, look at there, look at there, look at there, look at there. Now that is not the best camera in the world to be using for such as this. But
That's
that's
good in person.
But that's red. It looks good. It looks good.
I'll put it down in the middle.
It's almost a little too far over that way, it looks like, but
I'm lining it up where you want it.
between the two M's?
Yes.
Hmm.
I'm looking at it.
Let me go over here and look at something. Where's the others?
Oh, I've already got it. Right here. The black one's put up. I lined it up all exactly the same.
They're going a little far, looks like. That one did.
Kind of went around a little bit.
I mean, they're consistent, but it's. Let me look at the file, see what's happening over there.
I lined them up. You saw that first one. I lined them up the first person.
Yeah, I mean, it's consistent, but that ain't exactly where I wanted it. Yeah, I'm gonna realign on the next one. I mean, they're okay. It's just it's about 1/4 inch right further than I'd like it, but it's in the file. It ain't nothing you did.
That's what I'm saying. So instead of going over here in the center, let's just
No. We just gonna adjust. We're gonna adjust the file. I know what happened.
I'm saying I can move this over. Just
Yeah, but I know what happened. But I mean, it's part of the setup. It's my fault. But
as long as I'm not getting bad credit, I'm still good, 100%.
you ain't screwed none up. I mean, they're burning the way they are in the file. But look right there where the crosshair set.
Yeah.
That's what the problem
Kinda,
is.
yeah.
But
It is kind of setting over a little
I'm
bit.
gonna run the setup and
Yeah, I see that now.
It's scooted about it's about a quarter of an inch. I mean, it's burning them exactly the way they are, but something in the setup's different. So I'm gonna go do the setup myself. Oh, I know what it is. I know exactly what it is.
Well, talk to us, Kimasabi.
We turned it.
Huh?
We turned it after I got it set up, but we'll get it adjusted. How to fit a material test.
You know this line? Put it back up.
The what now? The black one. Yeah, I was just wanting to look at it. The material test in Lightburn. The way that you change the size, and I guess while we're waiting on that to run, we can play with that. We'll use the A70 to demonstrate. I got a new fan coming from my A70. I've been running this shop vac setup for a long time, but the shop vac that I've got is starting to make squealing noises, so I know it's fixing to die on me. So I'm fixing to put a 4-inch fan in my downdraft box over here. Yep. Let me get some material in here for you guys. All right. All right, for those that ask me if I ever use the A70, here we go. All right, so I've got my little park location. Y'all know I use that a lot. So I'm gonna move the laser up to that park location. And then I'm gonna take my camera control her. I'm gonna update my overlay. So I got some material in there. Well, when you're setting up these material tests, and I make material tests for a lot of different stuff, guys. All those are saved material tests right there. But for this demonstration, we're just gonna make one up. So if we wanted, let's say just a standard one, do a 10 by 10. I'm gonna do 10 millimeters minimum speed, 300 maximum power. We'll set that for like 50 to 100. And then we're gonna do the standard 5 by 5 boxes. The X and Y right here, that is gonna be where it's gonna locate that box. So by default, if you look, it's gonna X and Y 250 by 400. This machine is 400 deep by 500 wide. And so it's always gonna default to putting them in the center, but you can move them around. If you wanna put them in a particular spot, now you gotta remember that's the center. So that's the center of what you're designing. One way that you can do that, let me go ahead and create this, and we'll save this one as a test so that I can delete it later because I don't need it. And so we'll do the preview. You can see now we've got 10 boxes by 10 boxes, and of course they're the 5 by 5s. All right, so if you wanted it smaller, you can change it to a 5 by 5, and that's going to make it smaller because you got less boxes. Well, if you need it even smaller than that for, say, a dog tag or something, then you can come down here and change these boxes the size of them and make it even smaller. So, and if you're not wanting to cut out whatever it is that you're doing, you can go down here and disable that border, and that'll keep it from cutting it out. So, like this little guy right here, if I burn this now, I'll show you. I'm gonna frame it. Let me change my camera. So I'm gonna frame this just to show you where it's gonna go if I burn it like it is. All right, so you see that went in the middle. All right, so if I go over here, and let's say I want it down here in this bottom left corner, I could go with, say, 160 and 160. So I could change this X and Y to 160 by 160. And now when I frame it, let me get you on the other screen here. Now when I frame, watch what happens. So it moved it down into the left. All right, if I change it to 100 by 100 down here on the bottom. So running that, I'm gonna go ahead and run that one here. I don't know what the power speeds are. Maybe I won't burn anything up, but let me see. Let me change it to a line. I'm just gonna set this to a line so that this burns real fast, and I want to start it. And that way you guys can see what it looks like. And I think Bill is through with another tumbler over there, so he's setting up another one. So we're fixing to fix that deal we had with the setup on that also. So let me get that going. Yep. So yeah, I had to slide that. I had to slide our image. I don't know how it got moved or what happened, but I had to slide the image down. It was not centered. It was about 1/4 of an inch back that way, or maybe not even quite 1/4. But anyway, we should be good now.
You got it all aligned and everything over here?
Yeah, it should be good now.
Hit the button.
Well, he's got to beep first. Now you can.
What?
All right, so now back to this. So if you look over here in Lightsaber, there is our teeny tiny little power speed check. Now this is my new pre-finished wood, so let me get some cleanup spray there. This is pretty cool because you see how that's got smut all over it. A little rubbing alcohol and a rag. And ta-da. It's clean. Now, I did make this one really tiny. So it's kind of hard for you guys to see. It's kind of hard for me to see. And I will tell you, the bottom letters, they almost went all the way through it with a 70 watt. So that's how you get little tiny speed and power settings charts and how you move them. But you got to just adjust, like I said, adjust that setting right here. This is your X and Y center. Now the easiest way to do it is just to frame and then move your material into the frame, to be honest with you. If you'll create it and then frame and then just move your material into the frame. But that's how you downsize your speed and power test. Now that's, like I said, well, that one actually just fell out. That's really, really tiny, but for like the F1, some of the other machines, if you want to do or something small, like a little keychain or something, that would be how you would go about doing that. So there you go. Maybe that answers your question. And we got to see the big boy over here work a little bit. So check it out. There he goes, homing it. He's cleaning in there. It's a little dusty. But yeah, that machine right there is a beast when it comes to cutting. And the beam length on it is just ridiculous. So. All right. All right. So if you get the accessory kit that goes with the RA2, there's a laser that magnetically mounts to the top of the chuck that casts a beam on the tumbler, showing exactly where the center line is. Haven't seen that, but sure. I guess you could. I just line mine up by visual alignment. But yeah. But with the S1, you can also bring the module over using the little crosshairs that they have, and those crosshairs you can like put them on the shaft of the RA2 and then just slide it left, so you really don't have to have all that. With the S1, now with some of the other machines, you know, a little different, but with the S1, it has the little red crosshairs that are pretty handy for painting objects and stuff inside the workspace. But I haven't ever seen the green laser that mounts to the top of the chuck. Maybe that's something they come out with new. But yeah, I haven't seen that. Which I haven't. I've had 2 RA2s for a while, so I haven't got any new ones lately. Eli says he just got a 40 watt CO2 Galvo earlier this week, working on getting the settings figured out for different materials. Yeah, it's learning your materials and learning what the machine can do is definitely something that takes time. A lot of materials, a lot of time. It kind of stinks a little bit at first, but once you get all that figured out, it makes it a lot easier. It's like these tumblers right here. We could have a oops and mess up on one because we didn't chuck it in, or we didn't do this, or we didn't do that. But for the most part, we've done enough of these that we are confident in the settings.
100.
So Bill's trying to get 100% of them. So far he has, but I have faith that he'll screw up before we're done, maybe.
I'm trying not to.
Any more questions? If not, I'm gonna go over here and see what Bill's progress is looking like. But I don't have my mic on, so I don't want y'all fussing at me for walking around with no mic. And I can't read from over there.
Hey, I'm cleaning the bottom of every one of them. I get them took apart. I'm cleaning the bottom. We ain't got any left. I see it. I say, won't have 20. The next one's gonna be the orange. We'll change those settings, and then the last, but 9 will be the same thing. Glow in the dark painting.
The orange will work with the red.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you if I put one in there. And you can go check.
Yeah, orange does a pretty good job of absorbing blue light.
We don't need to change anything to do the glow in the dark, do we?
Do I now?
We don't need to change anything to do the glow in the dark or the pink.
The glow in the dark and the pink are going to be at 70% power.
That's what I'm saying. We don't need to change anything till we hit
Yeah.
those. Right?
No, these like right now we're running what did it go with, 50 or 60?
More red and the 4 orange.
Yeah, 60. Like right now I'm going with 60% power. I could have went with 50 on the black, but
It looks good.
well, you know, it's better to go a little too hot than it is to not go hot enough.
Yeah.
But typically it's 10%. Black is like the most absorbent color there is. So black, once you find your settings for black, with a 40 watt and even with a 20 watt, typically you can go down like 10 millimeters a second or 10% in power, and hit those other colors. Like you can slow it down 10% or raise the power up 10% and hit those other colors. And with these, that's basically what I did, because I didn't want to sacrifice one of each color.
Oh, no.
So I just kind of ballparked it and nailed it. But so what we'll do is we've been running 60 on these, and we'll run 60 on the orange. The orange and red will be 60%. The blacks we ran 60, but we could have gone away with 50. And then on the glow in the dark and the light blue or pink or whatever, we'll run 70% power on those. And that'll make it all work.
Yeah, they call them coral.
And they'll all come out looking marvelous.
Hear me?
Sir?
They call that paint coral.
Coral? That's just a fancy name for pink.
Yeah, I was going to say it's paint to me, but yeah. They call it coral. And I'm not believing that you've almost got your usually your board is like almost slam full of.
Oh, dude, I've been turning out stove covers like nobody's
That's what
business.
I'm saying, but you only got like a few here.
And I got 4 bamboo cutting boards that we could do today. But we got my exhaust tied up right now. I like using my MK2 for them.
I'm just saying, I'm just surprised. I used to see them.
Well, it's because I spent all weekend last weekend making stove covers. I dropped off 8 this week, which also got paid for them, so that was nice.
I might start making some myself.
So Eli's asking, how do you market your services to local businesses? Well, that's pretty simple. Get to know your local businesses. I am a member of our local Chamber of Commerce. I got my little sticker on my door that nobody ever really gets to see unless they come over here. This says I'm a member of Chamber of Commerce. And I'm also a member of our local Merchants Association that we have, which is made up of like basically anybody with a business license in the city of Clanton that does business. It don't matter whether you're a tax person or a roofer or a boutique owner or a laser engraver guy. So I know those people. I get to go to meetings with those people. When I first started out, I did a lot of giving stuff away. Like I would go to places and see like, okay, this place could use some, it'd be cool if they had like a pencil caddy. Oh, that's one task done. Like a pencil caddy or, this or that. And I would make those things and take them to them and give them to them. And one, it was a conversation piece for other people. But then they would call me and go, hey, you remember this thing you made for us? I'm like, yeah. Well, you think you can make something like that, but kind of like this? And I'm like, we can try. I'll scratch one out and see what it does. And so I would make one, take it to them. They're like, oh yeah, I love it. Give me 10. And then just word of mouth travels. But small businesses like to support other small businesses, I will say. Kind of like me, moving my merch from Spring, which is a big company that I know absolutely nothing about online, to a local t-shirt place called This and That Vinyl, which I can actually go in and sit down and talk to the lady that owns the place. And so I like that. I like being able to help her. Sometimes they'll call me and say, hey, can you do this job or can you do that job? But once your name gets out there with these other businesses, and that's another thing too, is the ladies at This and That Vinyl, if somebody needs some laser stuff done, they'll refer them to me because I send them business. They send me business. Local restaurants, they know me, and I help promote their business. I help, make stuff for them if they need it. Wedding planners, party planners. What are you waiting on over there, big boy?
Still lining up between the ends, right? You got it all fixed.
Yeah. You don't change nothing about what you're doing over there.
I'm just asking for you.
See, he tried to quit on me over there. He's just standing around. That's what he is.
Sure. I don't want to miss like 100%. 100%.
But yeah, you get to know the businesses in your area, because the local business folks, they know the struggle, right? They know how it is trying to get started, and work with them. Because they're going to promote you. The stove covers that I make, it's not a small business by any means, because they're like, they have multiple locations and all that, but it's a fellow business in town that orders from me weekly And if no other money comes into my shop whatsoever, I can keep the lights on just by making the products for them. So, and I like that because my business model, unlike a lot of guys that are on YouTube, guys, you know, currently this is my weekend job. This is my side gig. I work Monday through Friday, 8 to 4 ish at my day job, and then I come out here and I work all night. Not all night, but usually until around 10 o'clock or so at night, and then on the weekends out here in my shop. I don't depend on this to survive. I do depend on this to support itself. If the Clack Shack doesn't make any money, the Clack Shack doesn't get any nice toys. So by having customers like the Clayton's Mobile Homes and Garrison Farms, who I'm doing all these tumblers for, some of the other places that order stuff from me, my friend May, she's got her own business, she orders stuff from me. I've got a bunch of customers that order things that help keep the lights on and help pay the bills. So I don't have to attack YouTube, so to speak, with the goal of, you know, trying to make a bunch of money. Now, I don't turn money down, of course, but that's not necessarily the driving factor in what I do and why I do what I do. So it's a little different for me. Now I'm going to be retiring here shortly, about 13 months. And I am going to need to make sure that I'm making enough money to, you know, survive in retirement. So I may branch out and try to bring some new ideas to the channel, new ways of making a little extra money, because I'm only one guy. So as far as making physical products without getting customers and trying to do that, or getting employees, there's not a lot more I can do without getting employees. And I really don't want to get into having people work for me. I think that's just a bad idea. But we'll see. But I do want to grow the business as I retire to hopefully provide me a little better income, and maybe when Bill retires or something, maybe by then I'll have enough stuff that I can put him to work doing some stuff or whatever. So we'll see. But just, you got to hustle, guys, and for God's sakes, realize that it's not going to happen overnight. I know there's people out there going, yeah, you can buy a laser within 30 days or within 90 days or within 120 days. No. Okay. I probably could buy a laser and use it to make enough money to pay for it within 90 days. I'm absolutely sure I could. But not when I first bought my machine. You know, not when I got my first laser, because there's a lot of things that you have to learn. So, you know, thinking that you're going to be able to buy a machine, learn everything you need to learn, pay for the machine, and start a profitable business within 90 days is a little unrealistic. Me personally, could I go to some strange place, you know, another shop away from here and wiggle my way into starting another? Probably, but I've got the experience and everything that I've used here behind me, backing me. Realistically, it took me probably I started out using my sawmill to make money. And then once the sawmill started making a little bit of money, I bought the laser. And then the laser started doing work, and it got to where the laser was making more money easier than the sawmill was, because the laser work was a lot less work than the sawmill. So I'm like, okay, I can go up here and sweat and pass kidney stones all day running a sawmill, or I can sit down here in the shop engraving tumblers and make the same amount of money. And so I started leaning more toward the laser, because it was the profit margin for the effort I was putting into it was better. And so then I got enough money off my first machine to buy my second machine. And then after I bought my second machine, then YouTube came into play. And guys, it's changed a lot. So that's made it a lot easier for me in ways. But at the same time, it's not like it's not work. You know, dealing with these companies, dealing with answering all the questions I have to answer in a day, it can be a little taxing, because I don't get paid for, you know, like, it's not like I got a 1-900 number that you call and I make $25 a minute to diagnose problems for you. When people message me or call me or whatever and say, hey, I got a problem with my machine, which usually I prefer to do it by email or messenger, but there are people that are resourceful and find other ways. But, you know, I don't get paid for that per se, so YouTube does afford me to make a little bit of money off of affiliate connections and stuff like that to help reimburse my time. So it's pretty cool.
That is whenever we're not calling you, me, Klein, and
Yeah, you and Klein, you Klein and Chris about keep me busy with the questions. Do you have to have your LLC to join the Chamber of Commerce? I don't know about an LLC. I don't know. That would be a Brandy question. I don't even know if they check business licenses, to be honest with you. I know our MAC group, the requirement for our Merchants Association is you have to be, you have to have a business license in the county. That's really the only requirement we have, and that's pretty easy. I mean, because a business license, especially where I'm at for the county, I mean, you're looking at like $50, I think, a year. I think it's about what mine costs. Because my local folks didn't know how to write mine up as what I did. Because they're like, well, is it woodworking? I'm like, well, kind of. Is it this? I'm like, well, no, not really. And so it got a little hectic, them trying to set mine up. But I finally just went and got me a business license for like retail. Because technically I buy materials and then I turn around and I sell things mostly. Or either I do a service. So I went ahead, just to keep it simple, I went ahead and just set myself up as retail. General merchandise retail, I think is what it says. I'd have to look. But yeah, Bill would love to be retired with me. I can promise you that. He would love to do that because he likes going fishing too. And we've been doing a little bit of fishing here and there. And hopefully, as it cools off a little bit and the grass quits growing and the outside work calms down a little bit, hopefully I'll be able to do a little bit more fishing. And for those of you that don't know, any of my fishing or anything that has fishing or something that is totally not shop related, I have moved over to my other YouTube page and Facebook page that I've started. And it was simply a business decision to start the other channel. One, so that my wife can be a more active participant and she can generate content of her own flavor. If she so chooses, as well as the kids. And secondly, because I had some, there's some stuff I want to do that's not really related to lasers or shop, such as my bees and stuff like that. And I wanted to try to keep it to where if you don't want to see that stuff, you can still subscribe to my channel, but you can subscribe to my second channel if you want to see the bees and stuff like that. So there's the other YouTube channel. I just dropped a link to it down there. And there's not a lot on there right now because I've been busy. But if you like the bee stuff, or, if you're into hunting, fishing, outdoors, country living, feeding chickens, cutting grass, whatever, that's where that stuff will be. Everything that'll be on the Shack channel is going to be just basically shop related or business, the Shack related, as opposed to the other stuff. So if you want to keep up with me and Bill, you can also go check out my other channel, the Clakleys. I just recently did a video of me, basically just a video of me bush hogging, because some people like that kind of stuff. It's what is it, ASMR or redneck? Redneck ASMR. It's relaxing, because bush hogging, believe it or not, can be relaxing. Now, you get dirt and grit and grime all down the back of your neck, but it can actually be relaxing. All right. Don't mess up. Hey, let me see that one. Let me clean that one up. Let me clean that one. Let me get my spray. This is the one we changed the alignment, right? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's perfect now. It's the dead center on the M&Ms. All right, so for those of you who aren't familiar, that's what they look like coming off the machine. So don't freak out when you look at a red tumbler and you see like this gray marking. Don't freak out. Just be calm. This is isopropyl Yeah, isopropyl, whatever. It's rubbing alcohol. All right. Couple little sprays of that, and then I'll just wipe it with a rag and show you the difference that just spraying it and wiping it with a rag makes. And then we'll hit it with the magic eraser a little bit. So just sprayed it with alcohol, wiping it a little bit. Looks pretty awesome. I like to put a little on there and gently rub with a magic eraser. If you rub hard with a magic eraser, I'll go ahead and tell you, this is like 4,000 grit sandpaper. It is an abrasive. Now, it's a very, very fine abrasive, but it is an abrasive. So don't bear down and don't go crazy with it, because you will be able to hold it up, especially shiny stuff. You'll be able to hold it up and see the sanding marks. Actually, now I'm curious as to what the actual grit rating for a magic eraser is. But yeah, it's basically a really, really, really fine sandpaper, is what it boils down to. But it's really handy for cleaning these up. And you can see that little bit of pink I got right there. So let me spritz some more. And then this is just a t-shirt rag. You can use microfiber cloths. A lot of people like using those. I live in the South. I work outside. My hands are like Velcro to microfiber cloth. If I pick up a microfiber cloth, I have to like throw it to get it to come loose from my hands, because my hands are like the loop part of Velcro. And it just, so I stick with t-shirts.
Let me tell you this real quick.
What's that?
A magic eraser has an abrasiveness similar to 3,000 to 5,000 grit sandpaper.
I was right. I said 5,000, didn't I?
Yeah. So this is because magic erasers are made of melamine foam with superfine glass-like fibers that are abrasive. Mm-hmm. So around between 3,000 and 5,000 grits.
I said 5,000. All right, so yeah, there you go. With a little bit of magic erasering. But see, I moved it over a little. It was just a little, like, literally it was like a 1/4 inch further over this way than I wanted it. Because I wanted it to where, well, we'll let Bill put the handle back on it first. Bill, you want to put the handle on this, or you want me to do it?
Yeah, I was looking for it. I forgot you had it.
Ha ha. All right, let's see what we got going on over here. Yeah, Luke, like I said, right now, it's just my side business for now. When I retire, I do plan on this is going to be all I'm going to do. But at that point, though, it's more or less just going to be supplemental income to help pay for my insurance and stuff, because I'm not old enough yet to get, like, free or reduced insurance. So that's going to be what I'm working for mostly. Yep. Well, good luck. Keep working on that. Yeah, Eric, I got a spot up there in the green field where about probably 6 years ago, I hit a massive yellow jacket nest. And when I ain't gonna lie, when I was doing that bush hogging up there the other day, I kind of stopped before I got there and kind of looked around, and I was like, all right, here I go. And I hit it real fast, and then when I came around for the next loop, I kind of looked to see if I could see like the yellow cloud or not, and I didn't. So I was like, okay, I'm safe to proceed. So then I went back and cut it some more. There we go. There you are right there, first, sirs. That is it. Now we're only doing one side, and I chose to do the opposite side, opposite of this. So, but apparently these things are selling, because this is for another local business, Garrison Farms Farm Center, Farm and Home Center. My bad. But they basically sell. I mean, you can buy everything from panels for your fence to, I think they have like cow catches and stuff. They have veterinary supplies, hay, flowers, gardening stuff. Yeah, feed. And I think don't they have like tables and chairs and stuff a lot of times too?
Yeah, sometimes.
Ain't that where the whole home part comes in?
They do sell live chicks and stuff every now and then.
Oh, they got chickens too? Uh-oh. But yeah, be honest with you, it's actually in a neighboring city, and don't tell them I said this, but I don't know that I've been in there. there's a lot of places to buy that kind of stuff between here and there that are owned by friends and family done this way.
I worked there as a police for 6 years. That's why I know about it.
Oh, they have their own police officer that works there too?
Not at Garrison, but in the city.
No, just messing with you. No, he worked in Thorsby, which is where this place is located. Measure twice and cut once, or just try again until you get it right. That's right. Learning enthusiast. What up, Steve? All right, everybody, say hi to Steve. If you don't know Steve, go over to his channel, Ventari's Workshop, and hit the thumbs up button. He's a good feller most days. He likes to come hang out with me on Sunday nights. We do hang out and do our live. So if you're new to my channel, or if you just found this live, then go check out Steve too. He is he's the technical half of our setup, I guess you could say. I'm the redneck half, he's the technical half. There's his YouTube channel, if you're not familiar with it. I know a lot of you do know him. Brad said the same thing. He must have done the research too. He said 3,000 to 5,000 grit. I was guessing when I said 5,000, but that's pretty close. That's pretty close.
It's enough to jack you up, you ain't there.
Steve's out. Steve is out at the RC field with planes, drones, and lasers. I told him, Bill, what he needs to do is attach a laser to one of his RC planes or a drone and have like a dog fight and see if he can like fly it beside the other one and like cut the wing off of it as it's flying. I mean, but the FAA probably wouldn't like that idea. But wouldn't that be cool? It'd be like that battle bots that they do.
Yeah.
You know where they have the battle bots? They put the little robots in there and they just kind of fight each other.
They had that track to it.
Oh, do they?
Class, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Steve could do that with planes and have like lasers on them.
They play soccer with them.
Yeah. Man, I got a red bug or something under my bit of my leg yesterday up there messing with that deer camera.
Are you needing a deer camera?
I did need a deer camera. I got all mine out, and somebody, I don't know who, left the batteries in a couple of them. And they've been setting up for like 2 years. And when I took the batteries out, they looked like they were growing.
I took mine down the other day because I don't need them anymore. I got one that goes to your phone. You pay like $10 a month.
Nah,
Everything direct to your phone.
I've got 2. That's all I'm gonna put out right now. I'll get more later.
2 more now that you gotta go for a check to get the cards. For that one, you pay like $10 or $12 a month. It actually sends to your phone.
Yeah.
But you're welcome to them.
Hey, y'all look. it's that guy. He's out there lasering. He's out there lasering at the airfield. That's a cool looking plane behind him right there. Oh wow. Steve, the guy at the next table's got a pretty. Look at that.
I can almost get in that.
That's a boy. You could
I almost fit in that myself.
see if I was out there. I'd like to get me. I wonder, could you do like a rig up like a water balloon drop?
They actually have one of the drones that have that.
That'd be kind of cool.
I guess, yeah, because I've seen them before with like the big planes that actually do like the water drops over the fires and stuff. They had the little models of those.
See, that's what you go out there and set up like a target, like set up a big target zone, and you fly over and you like try to drop a water balloon. And
there was a guy that done it with
that'd be
paintballs.
cool.
He was trying to hit the target with paintballs.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Of course, the FAA does have this little rule about dropping things from a aerial remote vehicle. Bill doesn't have his Bill doesn't have his Part 107 yet, but he does actually have a drone.
I had 2 of them.
Yeah, he had 2 of them, but then he crashed one and messed it up. Then I crashed one and messed it up. And then I took his crashed, messed up drone and took parts and fixed mine with it. So
now we both got one.
So that, yeah.
I gave him part of. It's a long story.
I ain't gonna lie though. I can't get one right now. But I've been eyeballing the newer ones. Cause ours are like 7, 8 years old now.
Yeah. I was watching videos the other day, but still had you had that little bebop, and I had the Phantom.
Mm-hmm.
I come across them racing videos and going through stuff. I run across them over there at Kelly's cotton field, and they're flying. My video of that thing that was so bad. I tried it back today, but I'll go back and watch it now. I saw it.
Lori, on that, I think it was. I think that was when we were raising either chicken. It was either chickens or guineas. I'm not sure, but that's my little chick pen when I because periodically my chickens will they'll get too old to where they either stop laying or they'll pass because chickens will live actually a whole lot longer than you would think for a bird, but there comes time where you have to replenish your numbers of chickens. So what I'll do is I'll selectively pick eggs from the different hens, because some of the hens, the eggs like crack better, or they lay more consistently, or they have a different color egg or whatever. So I'll select eggs from the chickens, and I'll hatch like my next generation of chickens out. And when I do that, if I choose to do it myself in the incubator, I have to put them in a little cage and put a heat lamp on it and all that to keep them alive. But here lately, I have been letting the chickens in the pen, if I have one that goes broody, I'll let her hatch 6 or 8 just to replenish my losses. Because occasionally, too, you will have the situation where a raccoon or something manages to tear a hole through the wire and get in the pen with them. I haven't had that in a while, but it's not because we don't have the raccoons and stuff. It's just I've been lucky.
We're going on.
Matter of fact, I'll show you guys this. This is taken this past week, and if you notice right there, a little wild coyote right there. And I also have these guys up there. This is right up behind the house. And this little guy, almost didn't see him because that shows you how well polka dots camouflage you. But yeah, I went up there and set my cameras up the other day.
We're good on orange, right?
Good on orange? Yes, I'm running 60 on orange. We should be good.
Reds are done. I'm starting on.
Yep. But yeah. But now it was either going to be chickens or guineas. It could have been. I don't think that wasn't when I was raising them quail, was it?
What?
When I did that video. No. Quail. The quail was before then. They said I had my brooder pen sitting out front. I want to know what was in it. Well, it depends on what was in it. The last thing I think I had in it was some guineas.
That's the one I got you. I hatched off for you, wasn't it?
I don't remember.
Yeah, that was the one I hatched off. That's the last ones you had.
Yeah.
I got them from the auction and hatched them off for you.
Yeah.
I was still doing my videos. They've done good for a long time, haven't they?
Yep. The learning enthusiast. Yes, you got it. That is definitely a good start. Like I said, it's all about making those connections with other people in the community. And then once you start turning out a few jobs, like I said, word will spread. Advertising will come around, and it'll grow. But just know, guys, it does take a little while. Don't get discouraged when it takes a little while for it to take off. Klein's been doing it about 2 years, and he is just now getting to where he's, which he's got other jobs that kind of get in the way a little bit, but he's getting now to where he's staying steady enough that he's comfortable without me having to feed him work.
That's nice. It's all lined up right.
Yeah. Looks good. You're doing a good job, Bill.
100.
So far, he hadn't screwed up, guys.
Bill, shoot chrome.
How many we got left? Are we through with the reds now?
No, yeah, reds are done. I'm on. Got 2 oranges to go.
Choo choo.
We'll start on the light color.
Steve, Greg's won't know what you working on over there. What you flying with? Yeah, Steve says you can drop things, but they cannot be propelled, and it has to be in an area that will not hurt or damage property.
So the other guy done the paintball.
Yeah, you can. I mean, I do know they frown against putting firearms on.
Well, they
Yeah.
made, a lot of frown on that one.
And explosive
Yeah, no
instrumentation. If if you were to improvise an explosive or something, then you'd get in a heap of trouble.
Yeah, one dude on YouTube had firecrackers on his. He got
Yeah, I was gonna say, I've seen some people like dropping M80s with them and got in trouble because it's
one done the little
yeah
flamethrower on it to get rid of the little hornet's nest.
Yeah, the flamethrower one. Yeah. Yeah, which is kind of weird, but whatever. There's no telling with Steve what he's flying. I didn't see anything in his picture but a bunch of lasers. It looks like he's got a bunch of lasers. Looks like he's engraving stuff for other people, maybe. I'm sure he's out there flying something, but I'm not seeing it in this picture. He is drinking something. He has some kind of beverage sitting there. I'm not sure what that is. And that is an Atom Stack A24 Pro.
I've got 12 and a half left.
12 and a half left. How we have a half a tumbler, Bill?
Well, it's on the thing right
Oh,
now.
okay. It's the same.
It's about half length on it. Hope another half turns out.
Eli, if I figure that one out, I'll let you know. I can tell you that I can get them. I can like kind of twist their arm and get them out here to help. And Brandy's pretty good about it. If she knows I'm swamped and need help, she'll come help me. And I hang out with her. She's the easiest one. The kids are the hardest. Brandy will come out here and help me. If I've got a big job, she'll help glue and do whatever within reason. She can't do a lot of the laser stuff. Now she does know a little bit about light burn and how to run them. But she's not comfortable because she doesn't do it very often. But yeah, as far as the kids, my daughter likes antique furniture and restoring things that she finds at thrift shops and that type of thing. So if I get lucky and she needs my help with something, I can get her out here, as y'all saw in the video the other day, where she needs some help fixing her stool. And sometimes they'll come out here and just, kind of chill out for a few minutes. But as far as any length of time, it's just really not something that they're into until something comes up that they're into or they like. Like my youngest daughter, she draws and stuff, and so she has her own drawings. Well, occasionally she'll be like, "Hey, Dad, you know what would be really cool? If I had my tumbler, if I had my own picture that I drew on my tumbler." And so I'll be like, "Okay, well, send me the images and we'll make a tumbler." And she actually, believe it or not, my youngest daughter actually, her tumbler has artwork on it that she drew, and it's an orange tumbler, and she wears Clack Shack hoodies and stuff to school. So she's probably the most like outgoing. What's that on the tumbler? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I did a video on her tumbler I made, but she's probably the most Clack Shack supportive. But now a lot of that too is because the kids in the band with her and everything apparently think I'm cool. I don't know. I think I'm cool. Bill thinks I'm cool, but I was a little shocked that those 13, 14-year-old kids would think I was cool. But hey, I'll take it. We're going to count it as a win. But yeah, learning enthusiast, it does, like I said, it's going to be about a year, but yeah. LLC cost, any cost associated with getting your business started the first year is a tax write-off. So even if you don't make any money that first year, per se, you could still help your tax situation because your equipment that you purchase, because you can't start a laser business without a laser. So like in that first year, the startup costs, the equipment that you purchase, if you buy another laser, if you have to, hey, like with me, the mini split, it's a tax break because in order for me to stay out here, be productive, run my business, I need air conditioning. So there are things that you have to, that having a business enables you to do. Now, I'm not going to tell you that it's just going to like wipe away all the expenses because it doesn't, but it does make it a little easier to swallow when you have to spend $1,300 on an air conditioner to know that, hey, at least now I can kind of deduct that as part of my business expenses as far as like equipment to provide me, like, because technically it's safety equipment in Alabama. Air conditioning is safety equipment, because if you don't got it, you'll die of heat exhaustion. So it's way different once you start trying to get it in. Like I said, mine. I've been lucky though. Mine has never been to where if it doesn't make it, I'm gonna lose my house or I'm gonna lose my you know what I mean. Mine's always kind of been a side job, so it's never been to where I had to make it to survive. I don't know that I would have enjoyed starting my own business as much if I had that kind of pressure. You know what I mean? If it was make or break, that would definitely have taken some of the fun out of it. So the fact that I was able to build it slowly, kind of off to the side, and if it didn't work, it just didn't work. You know what I mean? I think that made it easier for me. But that's just my opinion. Yeah, Eli, like I said, I get you. It's it's tough. It's tough. Eventually, I will say this. I can't speak for your situation because people are different. People's scenarios are different. But it gets easier, I think, to get people involved once they, you know, especially these days because there's so many things and everybody has their own things that they enjoy. And life is generally so busy that the little bit of time people have, they want to kind of do something that they enjoy. And so you just have to find that or either just force them. And forcing them is really not much fun. So, but you never know. But yeah, I feel you because like I said, I ask, and if they don't go for it, then hey, when they see how much fun I'm having, maybe they'll want to participate as well. The learning enthusiast says fishing is great. Hope to take my boat out toward the end of the year when it gets cool, or visit my friend in Oregon. Yeah, me and Bill's waiting on it to cool off a little bit, and the workload for outdoor activities, because like here, you know, we live in like a tropical rainforest here in Alabama, and so if it rains, like everything just like explodes. So you got to trim your shrubs, you got to cut the grass, and it's just like every week. And so it eats up a lot of my time. But I'm hoping when that grass and weeds and stuff quit growing, I can go do a little fishing or hunting, whichever I take a notion to do. How's it looking, Bill?
Good.
They're gonna get on to me for making you do all the work, bro.
Yeah, I'm learning, bro. I'm doing 100%. Dang, you don't touch me.
He said he ain't gonna let me. He said he ain't gonna let me do none of them, even if I want to over there, because he's trying to redeem himself. So here we go with the orange, guys. And like I said, it looks almost black. But what we're gonna do here, a little bit of rubbing alcohol, and then I'm just gonna gently rub it in random directions with my rag or my magic eraser. All right, a little more rubbing alcohol. I like this color. I know y'all wouldn't have believed that if I hadn't told you. It looks good. Woo, there we go. Shiny. And see how it matches that top ring? It's kind of what you want. You want it to look like that top ring up there. Now, sometimes if you put a little too much heat on it, you may notice it gets a little gray. That's okay. Just don't go no hotter. Because you can actually turn this stainless steel dark, like a dark gray with a diode. And if you go too hot, of course, it'll start dimpling and recessing the material and just make it look all yucky. So, there we go. There you are, Bill. I don't want to take your job.
Gimme.
He's having some fun today. Hey, y'all, subscribe to Bill's channel over there so that he gets a little payment, because I ain't paying him. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I am not paying Bill today.
Well,
so
I just got something the other day, though.
he does get machines to use. So it's not like it's totally, you know, I'm working him for nothing. He does have the benefit of getting machines to play with. So it's not totally like I'm just taking advantage of his help.
Well, I got to make up for that $4.99 a minute, you know, you charge.
Yeah, and then like I said, he's one of the people that has my phone number that likes to call me when he has laser trouble.
And I do. I call him every day.
Yep. See, Grace won't know how much I'm paying you. We just covered that. He's not getting paid. That's what he gets for his VIP membership to the Clack Shack. This is the cost. Is one, you have to learn how to do this stuff, and so he comes through the classes and stuff. But see, Bill and Klein and Chris all have like a VIP membership here in the Clack Shack, and that comes with the ability to come over here and basically treat this place like a GameStop and trade lasers in on other lasers from time to time.
Yeah.
So.
GameStop, I thought about that.
Yeah. Well, you know how GameStop used to let you like trade games in when you got tired of them? Yeah, back in the day.
At least over here we get better stuff. When GameStop didn't give you nothing.
Yeah. Well, it's Klein will show up, and then the next thing you know, you see him walking out the door with a machine. It's like, hey, what are you doing? He's like, I brought a machine back. And I'm like, well, I see that, but you're leaving with another one. So.
First dibs on LP5.
Yeah. Philip, now I will tell you this. A lot of times that can be a little misleading. And I don't know if you caught the first part of this video, but I raise on my X-Tool S1 40 watt, I raise the focus about 3 millimeters. I raise it because I don't want it to be perfectly focused, because where some engravings, you want that really, really fine point on the material. With stainless steel and with tumblers, I don't really want that really fine point on the material. I want it a little wider so that I get overlap, because the object is to make sure that I get all of the powder coating removed from the laser. And another thing is, if you get too fine with it, you'll actually be able to see like little tiny lines, and you can still see them even if you take a picture and zoom in on a tumbler. Matter of fact, we got them all put up. We'll show you the next one. But if you focus the machine, a lot of times those will be more visible. If you pull it out of focus around 3 millimeters or so, it makes those lines a lot less noticeable, because what you're doing is you're basically overlapping those lines, and you're not leaving any material in between. So I would recommend do a bunch of testing, but not only speed and power testing, but also do a speed and power test, but then do another speed and power test and either raise the focus 3 millimeters by whatever means, or you can use like something like this little cheap little ruler right here to raise it up a fixed amount. But I usually will try to do at least 3 millimeters of raise, sometimes more than that. This is actually 3.3 millimeters, and this is what I'm using with the S1 to trick it to raise the focus, which is probably not that much because it does have that little dimple in the middle right there. But it's about 3 millimeters high on the focus, and that helps me get a little cleaner image, a little smoother finish, a little shinier. But yeah, do a speed and power test, then raise the focus, and you may find that you need to even raise it further than 3 millimeters. You may want to raise it 6 millimeters, but at some point it's going to start affecting the negatively. But you just need to play with it, and then once you figure out the right combination of speed, power, and focus, it's gravy from there. But now there are some tumblers are a little harder to engrave. You have to run the LPI up higher, because I'm running my LPI a little elevated. I'm running 200 on these tumblers right now. So if you're running light burn, it's going to default to like 127. So I would recommend that you bump that up to, 200, 250 even, because the higher the LPI, you're going to increase the opportunity for overlap in the engrave. And between the higher LPI, the raised focus, it gets away. I run full air with the S1, and the reason I do is because I don't want the tumbler itself. I don't want the tumbler to build up a bunch of heat. I want to keep the tumbler itself, the stainless steel, I want to keep it cool, because if it starts getting too hot, the engrave will actually recess into the material. Here's that, bring it back. So I run air assisted all the time. And we did clean this machine before we started this job, by the way. Y'all missed that part.
And you greased it.
And greased it. Took the lens off and cleaned it and everything. Which all I've been doing with it lately is tumblers. And it doesn't get that dirty. Huh. Well, just got a new copyright violation on my video. Some guy over at Vintage Workshop's publishing my content.
Oh.
Yep. I get them pretty regular. Something about that Sunday Night Live show. He likes to copy it.
I know a fellow lives close to him. You want to call him?
Well, actually, I got that, and I got Monport done snagged some of my content using it, which that's allowable. I allow them to do that.
Hey, my stuff's still up on that incubator site I checked the other day.
Yep.
Still using it, mine as an actual guide or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, Greg, a lot of times I've got a decent sized monitor. I think this one's heck, don't make me lie. It's let's see, the monitors go corner to corner, don't they? This one's a 25-inch diagonal. And it's a decent monitor, but I've also got my little 32-inch TV over there by Bill's head. That's where a lot of times I'll watch you guys, or Steve over there. I'll watch him on that TV. And then I use my little ISO tunes. I got these little things right here. They work a lot like the Apple EarPods or whatever. But I'll put those in my ears, and I'll be working around the shop listening to you guys, whether the CNC's going or the lasers or whatever. It kind of blocks out the noise and lets me hear what's going on around me as far as YouTube and everything. I gotta get up and stretch my legs. No, my legs right there, knee ain't right yet, and I sit still too long, it starts cramping. Oh, got another one finished.
Almost halfway.
Hang on, let me swap my camera over. People can see here in case they ain't watched it. There we go. Woo, look at that. Don't bump the laser.
Don't bump the laser. Don't you worry.
Feel free to check it with the gauge. Make sure you ain't knocked it over. I'll show you this gauge. This little piece of wood right here, I cut that. That's my gauge for the standoff from the top of the cup. Because, you know, with the X-Tool S1, it has the crosshair. So what you do is you just make sure that you've got that 65 millimeter gap between the top of the cup and center of the engrave. And the way that I come up with that number is there was 130, what is it, 65, yeah, 130 millimeters of workspace there. And I wanted it in the middle of it. And so that's where I come up with the measurements. But pretty cool. Anyway, off to the races on that one. And here's the one we just pulled off. As you can see, it's not real shiny. It's got that little gray tone to it. But little ice. Hey, and I did get a spray bottle. Y'all brag on me, guys, because last time somebody was like, "Why don't you go to spray bottle? You're wasting your stuff." And the answer was because I just never had. I just never got one. So I didn't have a spray bottle.
It's so much easier with that bottle.
But then, like the next week that I went to Tractor Supply after I did that video, it was like they were watching the live and listening to you guys comment. They had like a whole big pallet, like a box, like this massive box and it was slap full of these bottles. I should have bought 5 or 6 of them, but I just grabbed one. I don't know why. I should have got more because I need another one for other stuff. Because this bottle actually works really well.
Yes.
It works a lot better than my Windex bottles I usually use.
Yes.
See, there we go. There we go. About the same. See, you got this about the same consistency as that top up there. That's what I like. Beautiful.
You showing your lines you want to show?
Well, I have to take a picture because I can't see the lines without. Like, you got to really zoom in. Let me zoom way in, and I'll show you. And keep in mind, guys, let me take a picture of it just looking at it first, so that people don't think, oh my God, he did a terrible job. All right, now let me. Yeah, hold that right there and let me zoom way in. Well, it didn't leave much lines. It takes a lot of zoom. It's as much as this iPhone will zoom. Just a little bit of, I left a little bit of orange on that one side. It needs to be, it actually needs to be wiped a little bit, it looks like. Well, you can't really see it. I mean, I could, when I zoom in, I could barely see a little orange in the corner.
I'll go back and fix it.
So,
My magic eraser.
there's that. There's this.
Hide my stuff on me now. They're trying to sabotage me, y'all.
So there's the, let me send these to my computer. That'd make a lot more sense. Oh, and Apple, if you're watching, could we get, like, for us Apple users, could we get like a thumb drive that plugs into your computer that acts as a AirDrop receiving device? So I don't got to keep using Google Drive. There probably is something out there. I need to research that. I get so tired of having to upload stuff to Google Drive and then go to Google Drive and then download it to my computer. It'd be so much easier if I had an AirDrop to my PC, for my Windows PC. I know I could do it if I had a MacBook. I get it. But I don't. I got a Windows machine. All right, so here we go. All right, so there's the tumbler, and as you can see, if you zoom way in, you can actually kind of halfway tell where the lines are supposed to be, but you got to zoom way in. So, like right here, you can almost see the lines, but because of the settings and the way that I do the raising the focus and everything, it's really challenging to see them. They're not as visible. So that's what you want to do. You want to try to get it to where the resolution is like, you don't have those sharp edges to where you can see those lines as well. And like I said, I'm zooming as far in as I can with that iPhone. So as you can see, decent results. For sure. There you go. Let me delete these from my Google Drive now. Always having to delete stuff from there. Nicholas, not really. I think I dropped out a couple of drawings or whatever. I don't remember. I did a time-lapse video of me making it, but it just kind of, I couldn't put it together and make it make sense. So I never really released it. But no, it's really just a table with a bunch of cross bracing. And other than just, I like the way it looked with all the cross bracing, the only reason that table has all the cross bracing is because I paid so much for all that lumber. I didn't want to throw it away, so I took the little short pieces and made cross bracing out of them. So, but yeah, Greg, if it's consistent lines that you can see throughout the entire design, then yes, more than likely it's going to be LPI focus related. But if it's an occasional, just a sporadic line, make sure you're not got some slippage going on, whether it be your chuck, your machine rails themselves. Because sometimes if you have, like, if your machine slips a tooth or slips part of a tooth, you'll see like a thick line through your engrave. A lot of times that's being generated because you're losing steps somewhere in the system, whether it's the chuck or whether it's the X and Y axis on the machine. You're losing steps somewhere. So Nicholas just got his Shapeco CNC, pretty envious. Yeah, now the Shapeco, I mean, I don't know which one he's got, but the 5 Pro, I love mine. I really, really like mine. Mama Bear, yes, the MK2. If you see a machine, here's a little tip for you guys that watch a lot. If you see a machine actually out and set up in my shop, then I like it. Because if I don't like them, they leave here really quick. Really quick.
My channel, I got them.
Now, no, the ones you've got, I like. I actually ran the Sculpt Fun for a while in this enclosure, the Sculpt Fun S30. But
like
as new, better machines come in, I will move the stuff that I had that is a little less loved goes out. So, but yeah, the MK2. The only downside to the MK2, if you're planning on doing these big 40-ounce tumblers like these over here, in its native state, in the way that it sits right there, it can't do those. Now, I can take the bottom out of it. I can take all those screws loose, take the bottom out of it, put the rotary down here on the table, and space it up with some plywood or whatever, to get it to set it up to work. But I tried doing those with the MK2, and the module hits the like when I move, the module is so high that it like hits the inside of the lid, and I can't get my 3 millimeters of added focus in there. So smaller tumblers, like the regular standard little 20-ounce tumblers, I use the MK2 because it's really light, really nice. I like the fact that you can snap the rotary into the pins. It's really, really good. But the big 40s, the 40s, I stick with the S1. So, but no, the MK2 is a great machine. I like it. Now, bamboo cutting boards, that's my dude right there. That thing does awesome job on bamboo cutting boards. And if we get through these tumblers, I could show you, but I can't be engraving bamboo without my exhaust pipe, because that's gonna smell.
I'm not sure who they are, but I got 3 subscribers.
3 subscribers for Milk Money Mini Farm. All right, there we go.
Don Owens was the last one.
Dot Owens.
Don Owens.
Don. Okay, cool. Well, you know what they say.
What's that?
My mom always said life was like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
Hey, we are 50% there.
You couldn't hear it, but I played some Forrest Gump for you over here.
No, I didn't hear it. I was paying attention to my work over here, man.
Yeah, don't mess up.
All right, look, we're 50% there, folks. That's number 10 out of 20.
Halfway there, and he
Halfway there.
ain't screwed up. Did you screw up?
No, I ain't. No, it's looking good. I just gotta clean it. It looks good.
He's doing. Well, now I think there's this little speck right here on this side.
I didn't do that, son. That had nothing to do with me. That's the manufacturer.
Oh. Steve says, so if I get in an upgrade GHT flat spin, do I need right rudder or left rudder to get out of it? Asking for a friend. GHT. I don't know what a GHT is. Maybe he means right. If you're taking time to type that message, Steve, it probably doesn't matter at this point. If you were doing a spin, it probably doesn't matter at this point. Yeah, you've done dug dirt by now, or splashed down or whatever. What up, Chris? How are you, sir?
Everything hard to get?
No. Learning enthusiast, do you have any tips on getting the smoke smell and charring off 3mm wood? To get the charring off, just wipe it with a dry piece of old t-shirt cloth. Don't use any kind of water or anything like that, because if you do, if you use anything wet, it's going to absorb it into the wood. But as far as the smell goes, just leave it out. I mean, some people I have dealt with love the smell of it. Some people don't like the smell, but it is laser engraved, and that's why I tell people, they're like, what's that smell? That is the smell of laser engraving. So that way you know it's authentic. So I mean, it's just one of those things. Steve said his typos on the phone. Yeah, Mike, if you had the drop down, yeah, that would make a big difference. But they have it sent me the drop down, and it doesn't really make sense for me to go buy it when I got, you know, machines that do work. So, but yeah, I forgot they do actually sell that now. They sell a bunch of add-ons for the MK2 that I haven't got. I need to get with Leo and see. Yeah, well, Chris, we weren't really planning on doing it. Bill wanted to come over and play with the machines and learn some more on doing tumblers and redeem himself from his last mess up. And so we were going to do a live, and thought we just had to hang out a little bit. I was going to help, but
Out of my way.
he's enjoying himself, so there we go. Brent, I have been printing a lot. I actually, as we speak, I have been designing some stuff for work, and I printed 4 or 5, I think 5 pieces this morning. I need to go in there and actually take them off of the printer, but I haven't had a chance. I guess I could go do that, but let me get my my Bamboo Labs pulled up, and I'll show you the I'll show you what I got going.
Hey, we got the last orange running now.
Yep. The last orange.
Last orange.
Orange. All right. See, there's my last print for the morning. That is 5 of those little clips I've been designing for work. So those got through just a little while ago. But I need to go. Actually, need to go in there and get them off the printer. But I haven't been in the house. Oh, Greg said, Bill, you have another subscriber?
Do I? 284?
Yep. Yeah, Chris. Anything when Bill's here or when Klein's here, anything bad that happens, it's automatically their fault. That's just the rule. That's the way things go. If anything bad happens while Bill's here, it's like that one time Klein was here and the hill caught on fire. Because the scrap burn pile got out of hand. That was Klein's fault because he was here. So anytime they're here and something bad happens, just the fall guy. I mean, that's just the way it works.
If I'm pulling in the drive.
So you're at 785. Is that?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Have you lost any?
No, I got 85. I got 780.
How would you feel if it was using like 780 now instead of 785?
I'll cry a little bit.
Or 770. Like everybody unsubscribed.
They have to be retired.
How's the camera print holding up? That's actually, I don't know if you, I guess you're talking about the one I did for the vests. It's actually, I had to make an improvement on the design, but it's actually, they're loving it. That's why I'm printing a bunch more of them now. I did 5 earlier, which 5 of them took, I think it was 2 hours, because it's a pretty pretty decent little print because it's a lot of walls because of what it's made, how it's made, and everything. Not a lot of infill, so it takes a while. Brent, it depends on the size of what you're wanting to print, from what I can tell. I haven't had the A1 Mini. I've had the A1. But I will tell you from talking to Steve and from seeing what Steve does with his, the A1 Mini is, as far as speed, agility, and ability, it has the ability to do basically the same thing that the A1 does, up to the size restriction. So if you're only wanting to print like little small things that fit in that little, I don't remember what the size work area is, but if you're only wanting that size print area, it's basically, you know, the same machine in essence. But the A1, I like it. I think it's a good sized machine. I have yet to use the entire work area, the whole build area of the machine, but I like having a little extra room just in case I do want to print something a little bigger, you know. And I actually wouldn't mind having one of the P1S's or the X1 carbons to play around with, because I do want to start printing with ABS. And right now with the A1, I've been limited myself to PETG and PLA. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, Greg, leather's one of those things that likes to stick around with its odors. Leather kind of has a stench to it. What's up, V? How are you? Mama Bear 86 said, I subscribed. Look. There we go. Give you another drum roll. So you should be up even more. Let's see, you were at 785.
I was going to say, it was 785 just now.
Oh, well, maybe I'm just behind on the comments.
I was going to say.
I gave you another drum roll, so you're all right.
Thank you.
Maybe you made somebody mad they unsubscribed.
No, I had 780.
Oh, you did?
And he said earlier it was on 783.
Oh, okay.
But I looked at it,
Yeah.
785.
It's a 785 right now. So Milk Money Man Form is 785.
Thank y'all. Y'all helped me retire.
If you retire,
Y'all wanna see me in the shop
you
over the
just
class?
mad because I'm like 13 months out, baby.
Hey, I can literally go in just a couple of weeks. I just can't afford it. That's all. I'm waiting on.
Well, you can't afford it.
I can't afford it.
Oh,
I gotta get a little side gig going.
whoo, mercy.
My time's in.
Well, won't you let me have your time? I can go on to the house and then you can just hang out.
Yeah, I don't want to. I'm gonna stay with you another year, I reckon. If I can get it worked out this next year, we'll both go together.
Uh-oh.
What?
Wait a minute. Stand by. Let's see. Oh, there it is. 786.
Sweet.
V said she hit you up. Let me see if I turn my volume up where y'all hear it. Boom. What's up, Brent? How are you, sir? I've been messaging with Brent a lot this week. Brent's one of them folks that can vouch for the fact that I get a lot of messages during the week. Can't you, Brent? I know he can vouch for it because he sent me quite a few this week. But guys, if I ever get you mixed up, because like somebody the other day, it may have been Brent actually, or I'm not sure who it was, but I was messaging like 4 people at one time and sending information to 4 different people at one time, and I get screwed up sometimes and I send the wrong message to the wrong person and they're like, what? Because I'm like, adjust your focus, and their issue is something totally different, and he's like, what? Adjust my what's that got to do with my belts being tight? And I'm like, oh, you know. So it happens a lot. It happens a lot, guys. But you got to understand, working a full-time job, every night till 10 o'clock out here, and then weekends pretty much all day and all night out here. Plus, like last night I had a ball game. Luckily it was a home game, but I still had to collect parking donations and sit in the rain, which I'm just gonna lie to you, Brandy picked up most of the money donations. Like she's really good at that. and so I didn't do a lot of it. Oh, Bill, machine is done. So let's
Hey, that's gonna be the last orange.
That's the last orange one.
Starting on blue, the glow in the dark.
Finna go to the glow in the darks. All right, let me go ahead and investigate his work. Make sure he's doing it right.
Yeah, boy.
All right. All right, pop quiz, Bill.
Yeah.
Going from orange to the glow in the dark, what do we got to do?
Change your settings.
Change what setting?
Power.
Power?
We don't want to change speed.
How much power? What we got to do to power?
Oh, we're going to increase a little bit because a lot of colors for the water will reflect on it.
Ah, you haven't been paying attention. I had to watch him. He don't pay attention sometimes.
Let me know when you get ready. You just set up over here.
Do not start it though. Remember, we got to change the settings.
I'm not. So make sure
You can shut the lid, but
Right there.
I got to change the settings.
I'll hit the button.
All right, so there we go, guys. Last orange one, as you can see, the shine is about consistent with the top of the cup, so it's about where we want it. So, give Bill his cleaning supplies back because he'll be fussing at me. Here you go. Put them in the
Keep
cup.
stealing my stuff.
Look at that. Woo!
I'll drop it in
All right, so now what we're going to do now, guys, is we're going to adjust our power settings. All right, so because we're going from orange over to this baby blue, glow-in-the-dark looking stuff, blue, as we all know, is the color of the laser that we're shining at it. So naturally, it's going to reflect more of the blue light than the orange or the black or whatever did. So it is also, the baby blue has a lot of whites in it, which means it's going to reflect significantly more. So we're going to bump our power up 10%, setting it at 70% power. We're going to leave the speed at 300 because I just like 300 as my speed. And we're going to leave the LPC, or lines per centimeter, lines per inch, you know, whatever. It's the resolution. We're going to leave the LPC at 200 on here. So that's what we're changing. And then we're just going to hit the little save button just because. And go to process. It's going to pop this little thing up here. If you're not familiar with XCS, basically it is getting everything ready for us. This is what the engrave looks like. If you're not used to the S1, the S1 does have this little red crosshair right here that in preview mode, that lets you know where the laser module is sitting. So like that's where that's where the laser is. So that gives you an idea that your design is somewhat centered. So here we go. Starting button. All right, Bill. Click that button. There we go. And we're off to the races. So, that should be the last power change we have to do, right?
Yeah, the other ones are coral pink.
Look, well, the other ones are still, like, they're a pastel color. Coral. So, we're going to run the same settings on that. So. Oh, what's this? Oh, stand by. Let's see, 786. Ha! Jeez!
What you got?
Wow!
Whoa, Jamaica, whoa, hey.
You done made it to 791.
I might get 800 today. Come on, guys.
Yeah, you hit 800. Hey, if you hit 800, what you gonna give them?
Well, you come out here to the pizza no more.
It's got to be PG. It's got to be PG. Steve made me dance one night because I told him if we had 300 people in the live, I would dance. And I didn't think we'd ever get 300 people in the live, but somebody somewhere apparently had like 100 friends sitting around.
I might look like the fat kid off the TV, but I'll try it.
I don't know that I need you dancing on my channel there, Bill. Well, cool. Appreciate y'all. He's moving on up.
Very much. Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
See, you thought you was coming out here for nothing.
I'm over here to learn. That's just a perk over there. I appreciate that.
Oh.
And there again, remind them to tell me what they want to see on my channel.
Yeah.
For me to find a direction.
Yeah.
So I know what we want to see.
All right. So Don's asking if looking at a small CNC machine like the one you reviewed, do you need V-Carve or V-Carve Pro is better? All right. Really, Don, the V-Carve desktop is all you would need. It's the. I think they actually have like a cut 2D. There's maybe even some cheaper ones, but what I used up until I got to the bigger machine was a V-Carve desktop. That has all the capabilities of doing pretty much everything that you're going to need to do, short of the 3D stuff. Now, Aspire is like, that is the pinnacle of 3D CNC work. And if you're big into CNC 3D stuff, whatever. But you can still do 3D stuff with V-Carve Desktop as well as V-Carve Desktop Pro. But it just gets a little more complex when you get up into Aspire. But for the small ones like the 4040 Pro, which is still sitting right over there, for the 4040 Pro and those Genmitsu machines that I've been using, you can run either Carveco, V-Carve, what's the other one? What's the other CNC software?
I don't know V-Carve.
Easel.
I had to use
Easel.
Oh yeah, Easel.
Either one, any one of those will work. The thing with V-Carve is, and with Easel and the rest of them, is you have to have the right post processor so that the software outputs the file in a format in which the machine understands. Because just like with the Shipoko, I have to use a different post processor when outputting files to the Shipoko than I do when I'm outputting files to the 4040 Pro. So that's where the big difference comes in. It's each machine, they kind of read a different language. So you design the file in V-Carve, and then when you go to send it to the machine, the software basically has to translate it into a language that particular machine will understand. And like the Shipoko and the Genmitsu, it's different languages. Mostly because the Shipoko actually has, if you turn it on, it actually has the ability to check the bit length or the bit Z offset during a job, so that you can change bits and then hit the button and it'll check the Z axis and go back to work. I don't use that because I'm so used to the smaller machines. I just rather do it manually. But that's one of the reasons why different machines will have different post processors based on how they operate and so forth. So, but V-Carve, just regular V-Carve, would be plenty to run the Genmitsu 4040. That's Bill's actually planning on taking the 4040 Pro to his house once I get through this video, because we all know Klein has my 6050 over at his house. But Bill just recently stole another laser that he's playing with right now. So he doesn't, he's not in a hurry to get the 4040 Pro, and I'm still kind of playing around with it a little bit. But V-Carve desktop is all you really need, or something equivalent to you. The reason that I had to switch to Pro is not because of that I had the Shipoko. It's because they limit the designs. They limit your designs with the desktop version is limited to like 24, 25, 26 inches, somewhere in that area. So once you get past that, in order to go bigger, you have to have the V-Carve Pro. So that's why I had to go with the Pro version. Or I could have used Carbide 3D's software that they make for the machine, but I like V-Carve better for designing.
Another subscriber, 792.
Got another one, 792. Whoop whoop.
V.
Who?
V-A, I think it's her name.
V? Yeah.
Yeah, V.
Yeah, that's the one a while ago. It must have just took it a minute to show up.
Okay.
Because that's the one I did the drum roll a while ago on.
Yeah, 792.
Oh, Brandy says she got some lunch for both of us if you're hungry. I wonder if she delivers. Let me find out. Maybe she probably don't know we're live. So we'll see if she delivers. I may get told something I don't want to be told.
No, she's very good at her stuff. She'll bring it out here. I'll run up there and get it.
I mean, we could just go get it and like let everybody just like watch the camera do nothing. I guess.
Do the next burn. Let them watch it.
I need to get a hamster and a hamster wheel, and we just put a camera on a hamster wheel. What was kind of neat to watch.
There's no over here because every pass it makes it.
Oh,
glow in the dark.
yeah, these are glow in the dark ones. There you go.
There's that little trail behind it.
Yeah, but you can't see it. You can't see it on the camera. But yeah, these are glow in the dark. So like, after the laser hits the tumbler, the tumbler almost looks like radioactive because it glows for a second. But you really can't. And I can't turn well, I mean, I could turn the lights off, but you still got the lights inside the machine. You're not gonna be able to see it.
The unit's in the way though.
Yeah,
We
but
move stuff around.
it's pretty cool. Greg said I recorded some videos using my Lasermatic, but not able to share the screen using Lightburn, so I'm unsure about posting them to my channel. Unable to share the screen using Lightburn. Greg, you have to have software for that. More specifically, matter of fact, I'll show you what I use and Steve uses, because we both use the same thing, and Bill. This is the software, and woo! This is like, let me change it to a different camera. All right. So, well, I can't do that because then it's gonna, yeah. All right. Well, this is the software that I use, and you can change all these settings to show different things, but you're gonna have to have a screen capture software to be able to do that. Now, I also have, and I use it for creating thumbnails and stuff like that, but also have a screen capturing software which is called Snagit that I use, and that's actually it up there. Can't hardly see it, but it allows you to do the same thing. It actually will allow me to go live and share my screen and capture my screen and do a lot of the same things, but Snagit's just very helpful when it comes to, you know, going into a video and snagging a screenshot of the particular frame or whatever. It's just pretty handy. Steve said he also uses Bandicam for screen captures. Bandicam. Oh, those are kind of the options. So if you're trying to take video of your Lightburn screen, that's going to be kind of what you need to have is some ability, because what I'm doing with mine is I've just got a button on here that when I hit the button, it changes my screen. So like right there, now I'm broadcasting my bottom screen. Now I'm broadcasting my top screen. Now I got my enclosure Zilla, my Elgato camera, overhead camera, Saber. Then I can do 2 cameras if I need to. But you get the switching software, and you can do some pretty cool stuff with it.
You want to show them the sit on this one here? It's actually
Sure.
better.
Yeah. These are the ones that made Bill freak out. He's like, "Oh no!" Because it almost looks like the engrave is like messed up.
Yeah, I thought that one.
Bill looked at one of these the first time we did them and was like, "Oh my god!" Unless he messed this one up, he may have messed this one up.
I didn't mess that up.
So I just hit it with a little rubbing alcohol. I'm gonna wipe that off. I probably should have wiped it before I hit it with rubbing alcohol, because now it's smeared all over the place. But I didn't.
That was 794 by the way. Well, 2 more.
Well,
I may be 840 days.
all right, so there you go. As you can see, guys, we got about the same consistency as that top ridge right there, same reflectivity. Looks good. Looks real good. You did good, Bill. Keep thinking he's gonna do something, get fired over, but he ain't done it yet. Hey, Brandy says she can deliver. Depends on how good the tip is. I'm gonna tell her I got a debit card.
Well, I know a guy taking fishing.
Well, I'm gonna tip her with a debit card, but joke's on her because it's gonna be her debit card.
She's gonna hurt you for
it. Do you remember the first product? Let's see. Somebody who's messing with me. Hey, Greg said he gonna come over here and hang out so he can get his subscriber count up. He said he'll take credit for the things go wrong too.
good content.
Oh. Well, yeah, y'all go check out Greg too. Mama Bear. Ooh. Do you remember what the first product that you made on a laser? Hang on, let me go look. I've been keeping records since I started this stuff. Now, as far as sold, yeah, I should have that. Now, giveaway? Shush, ain't no telling. Because I gave away so much stuff in the early days. So, all right. So, let's go up here. And I'm going to show you my very first, my crude method of bookkeeping, guys. So, bear with me. So, here you go. This is my crude bookkeeping back right here. All right. So, all the way back to when I bought my sawmill, 12/14 of 2020. Spent $5,000 on a sawmill. So as you can see, I had a whole bunch of expenses in the beginning. Let's see, cedar mantle. This is when I was doing most of my sales was wood stuff.
Like earring holder.
Sold earring holder. Yeah, but
that laser or?
Purchase of my X-Tool D1s right here, 19. I purchased my X-Tool D1 on 11/15 of 2021. The very first thing I sold, and I do remember, it was an earring holder. It was basically a piece of a piece of cedar board that I took to the laser and I cut little holes in it and engraved it. I made Brandy one too, but it was an earring holder apparently for $25. And then it started, like you can see, that was in November. And then it started, I got a breadboard, and then I got a tumbler job for another local business. Then I did a portrait of an 18-wheeler. And then this was my very first stove cover. My very first one right there. I didn't even know what those were. And then it just snowballed and snowballed and snowballed. And then I just kept getting to where, like, you can see, in November, I did, what we got right here, 1, 2, 3, 4 jobs in November. In all of November, I did 4 paying jobs, right? Well, then look at December. So December hits, and now all of a sudden, I'm doing a cedar board with an 18-wheeler, stove cover, plaques, tumblers, portrait. And in December, man, I was wearing it out. Like the Christmas rush, I was out here till midnight making stuff for people, trying to get stuff done by Christmas. And you can see I went from 4 jobs in November to like all of this right here. All of this is December. All right. And look, all this is $50 jobs, $10, $120. So, I mean, this is a decent amount of money. I need to hide that post right there. There we go. This is a decent amount of money, but all of this through here is December. Well, then January rolls around, and then February, and then March. And you can see, like right here, this is March. And I mean, these are decent little amounts of money coming in. And then April, that's my April stuff that I was doing. Well, this is about the time that I was like, okay, this is starting to get to where you know, it's actually profitable at this point. And then like around June is when I decided, you know what, it's time to go get an LLC. It's time to actually make this a legitimate business. So at the end of June, I filed all my paperwork for my LLC, got my EIN, got all my numbers, and set everything up. But you can see up here at the top of the spreadsheet, my expenses. This is the point. I quit keeping book on this spreadsheet when my income exceeded my expenses. And I managed to keep track. This is where I was keeping track of what I was making the money off of. As far as, was it engravings? Was it lumber? Was it stuff I was building? Was it blades I was sharpening? Because I was sharpening sawmill blades trying to make a little bit of money, guys, for people. So that's, and then once it got down, like I said, about June of 2022 is when I decided that it was time to get some bookkeeping software. This right here was getting out of hand. It was no longer a, you know, little thing that I could do and not legitimize it. So that's when the Clack Shack was born, because originally it was not called the Clack Shack. So there you go. That's the history of it. That's give you an idea. But that's how I kept books before I got QuickBooks.
The original name, wasn't it Clack's Customs?
It was Clack's Customs Creations. Yeah, and I was like, that's a goofy name. And I think Maymay's actually the one, because Brandy always told people, yeah, he stays out there in that shack all the time. He stays out there in that shack all the time. And so I had made a sign, and it's on the front porch of the shop out here, with a router. Like I took a router and said, yeah, and it said, and I cut it out. It's shaped like a jagged piece of wood, and I cut the Clack Shack in it. Because Brandy always said, he's out there. Where's Clack? Oh, he's out in the shack. And so I made me a sign that said the Clack Shack. And we set it in front of Brandy. Me or Brandy one set it in front of May and said something about, yeah, he's always out there. Clack's always out there in the shack or something like that. And she's like, well, that name kind of has a ring to it.
Yeah.
And so we renamed it.
It sounds better. It sounds a lot better.
Yeah.
Carry it on.
Let me go get a picture of that. I got a picture of my original Clack Shack sign that was done like.
Oh, we're at $7.95. I need 5 more.
$7.95.
We got, yeah, I need 5 more. Come on.
Boom. What you gonna do at 800?
I don't know.
100 push-ups?
Oh. God, man.
We ain't got all night.
I was gonna say. How long I got to do something? I'm gonna push up for each video.
All right, let me see if I can find that pictures. Where's my? I know I got some. Where is them pictures? I got some pictures somewhere of the original shack.
Can you just take your phone, go ahead and take a picture of it? You put it on your thing?
Oh, there they are.
Oh yeah. Good old days.
See, here is the. This is what my shop used to look like. Back before I boxed it in, it was literally a pole barn. And then it looked like this for a little while. That was my wood heater. That was the only heat I had. And I spent more time cutting firewood than I was able to spend doing stuff. There is the original sign that I made with a piece of wood off the sawmill. And I literally took and drew it on there by hand, and then took the router and routed it out. That's the original sign.
That looks like the Flintstones.
It does kind of look like the Flintstones, don't it? But that was my original sign that I made. And that is, let's see, when is this picture taken? Let's see the date format on this. 12/17 maybe? Not sure. But that's when I first boxed the shop in right there. And that right there, Bill, you know where that came from?
Hold on, I'll put the top. I'm messing up.
I bet you can't remember where that guy came from.
Oh, that was in ag.
Yeah, we made that in the ag shop.
Yeah.
When we were like 14.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah,
Either that or a gun rack.
and this is before I did the remodel. That is why it's a shack, guys.
Yeah.
That is a picture of my shop from the house before the remodel, as you can see.
Well, showing the little thing right here. That's where we used to skin deer out.
Yeah, that's my skinning rack. But yeah, it was a mess. It was a mess. It was a hoot.
Concentration again.
All right, I gotta walk outside.
I gotta concentrate.
Up. Philip said he hadn't rang that bell. What's up? Let's see what you got. 796, Bill.
I didn't have 795. I need 4 more.
We gotta come up with something for Bill to do.
Go on the ball.
I gotta walk outside. Get back.
Oh, goodness.
I think Brady thought I was joking when I said something about delivering lunch. No, I'll go over in a minute if I need to. I thought maybe she might send me back. My phone didn't ding when I was gone, did it? No. I mean, she wants a tip. I guess I ain't got no cash out here. We can like,
I got a 50.
I don't know. I can cut her out like a token,
I got a 50.
a free engraving token. $7.96. Look at you over there.
Yes.
All right, let's see what we got over here. Bill, Mr. ViewTubing says, did those Halloween knives that you make turn out well?
Yes, actually, really good.
You downloaded that file or something, or did you make
Yeah,
that?
that was an Etsy thing. I had to tweak it a little bit though. It was just kind of,
True.
but I mean, it worked pretty good just straight out of the deal.
Yep.
And they've got so many of those too. You gotta watch which one you download. Some of them don't. They keep copying off everybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Mama Bear, it was, and I'm going to be honest with you, it was a combination of right place, right time, and, you know, they say that good Lord takes care of kids and idiots, and so I guess he just took care of me, so, because it did, it grew fast as far as the YouTube thing goes, because I really wasn't planning to start a YouTube. I was, however, because I've always worked like 2 or 3 jobs. Like I'd work at the police department, and then I would have like other jobs that I did to make extra money. Because without those, one, you know, we couldn't make it. Like the first time my tire blew out or car broke down, you know, we'd be stuck like borrowing money or something. So I've always had to work like 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet. So when COVID hit, then some things changed for me. Like my extra work, my extra jobs and stuff that I had been doing kind of went away, you know, didn't get to make that extra money. And so, you know, uncertainty and all that, I guess, caused a lot of the events that I was working and things that I was doing to get called off. And so I found myself sitting at home a lot. And that's when I had went and got the sawmill and had started using it a little bit. But then when I quit doing all my extra jobs, then I really kind of laid into the sawmill and laid into the laser stuff and all that, and it just grew quick. But yeah, it was a fun ride. It still is. I still enjoy it. Midnight Sun Woodwork. How did you and Steve meet and decide to do a podcast? Well, I was just sitting around one night and I got this message from this weird dude. No, not really. Not really. To be honest with you, I don't remember exactly how it came to be. I think,
I don't know that story. You never told me that story.
if I'm not mistaken, one of us, either I commented on his video or he commented on my video or something. I don't recall. I mean, I know that's weird, but I mean, I really, you know.
That'd be a good topic for tomorrow night's live.
I just don't remember. Unless he can remember, I don't remember. But I think it was either one of us was having an issue or something. It was a question about a machine, if I'm not mistaken. And one of us commented on the other one, and then we wound up emailing about it or something. And then it just got to where it was a normal exchange about, hey, you know, what do you know about this machine? Or, hey, what do you... Because I was relatively new with YouTube. Like, I had just got into it. And didn't know a whole lot. You know what I mean? I didn't know the things that I know now. I mean, I was brand new. You know, yeah, I've got a YouTube channel. Yeah, I got a couple of hundred people that watch me or whatever. But it was new to me. And so I guess once we got started talking about the machines, then we got started talking about business and how we do things and just kind of just talking shop more or less. And the next thing you know, we're like, hey, we should start a live. And so we started it, and then wham, it's just been, we've done it ever since. I think we're at almost 100 episodes now. I don't remember exactly how many it is. I'll have to go look. Is it 90 something? Let me go look. Matter of fact, have I even done the thumbnail for this Sunday? No, I haven't. Have I? No, I haven't. I need to do that. See, this past one was 91, so this will be episode 92. So yeah, for 92 weeks, we have done a live every single week together. So I think that's pretty cool. But Steve. Steve said I stalked him, drugged him, and now he has Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, he came to see you.
That sounds about right. That's what Midnight said. He said that sounds about right too. But I don't really remember. Unless Steve remembers, I'm fairly confident it was either machine related or company related or something. Because, you know, when I was first starting out, you know, you get these emails, and I get a lot of them, guys. And I know sometimes the machines, me and Steve have this conversation all the time. Reviewing machines is one of those things that everybody's like, oh, it's so awesome, you get free stuff, blah, blah, blah. I ain't gonna lie to you, it's pretty awesome. But on the same note, it can be a real pain. Some of these channels or some of these companies are really high maintenance, and they want you to jump through the roof. They want you to do this. They want you to do that. And so, and they're demanding, and they put you on these little short, sometimes too short timetables to get stuff done. It ain't all roses. I mean, it can be a bit sketchy. And then, of course, for every 10 solicitations that you receive a week, probably about 8 of those is not even somebody's not even affiliated with the company. A lot of times they're just resellers that want you to use their links, not company links, and put them in the product. And they're basically going out, and people that are trying to start a YouTube channel, they're sending out hundreds of these emails, and if 50 people respond, then they send you some product that probably only costs $50, and you do a review on it, and it's cool to you because you're like, oh, I got something free. Well, what you don't see is the back end of it is the fact that $50 product that person sent you, they have the means, whether it be through affiliate links or whatever, to collect a sales commission for that item that you've just took, and you're putting their links in that product. So now that person has all these different YouTube channels that are trying to grow, basically promoting their affiliate links, and they're sitting back and collecting the money. So they're not even having to do the work for the video. They're not having to answer the comments. They're not having to do the testing or fact checking or anything like that. All they're doing is sending out emails and then just drop shipping stuff from Amazon, and they're sitting back making money. I don't like dealing with those guys because you're doing all the legwork and they're making all the money. So it could have very well been one of those that caused me to reach out to Steve, because, you know, early on in YouTube, you don't know what's normal and what's not. You don't know what to expect and what to overlook or what to stay away from. And to be honest with you, it's still sometimes it's just a guess, you know. But I try to stay now to where if it's not an established company and the email's not coming directly from that company, I avoid them pretty extensively. So that's just one of those things that if you are in the content creation space, just know that those guys exist, and they will make you basically do all the work for them.
Hey, it could be worse.
And they make all the money. Yeah.
The one that took my video and didn't give me nothing.
Well, I mean, and I don't mind. I don't mind. I love it when companies share my videos because, you know, especially if they're a profitable company that's people's watching a lot of videos. Yeah, but at least they're link sharing and not stealing your content. Everybody, either my comments have just broke or everybody has just quit commenting. Which is it? Crap, we've been on here 3 hours. We've been live for 3 hours.
Yeah, it's 2:30. We got on here 11:30, so yeah, 3 hours.
Ooh, Lord.
3 hours. I have to pay attention. 3 hours.
Well, maybe that's why ain't nobody commenting now. I went to sleep.
Saturday afternoon night, they're watching the ball game.
Ball game.
The ball game on Saturdays?
I don't know. I don't keep up with the ball game. I ain't got time to watch no ball game. You at 796. It ain't went up lately, so it don't look like you're gonna make 800.
Hey, I'll settle for that, though. 8 would have been great, but hey. I'll settle for what we got.
What's up, Jim? How are you? Yep. Steve's asleep. He just typed all Z's into the box.
Yep, there you go.
That's how you know he's asleep. He's over there typing Z's. He's supposed to be flying airplanes. I'm about to run out of tea. I'm gonna have to go in the house if I run out of tea. Let me go check out what Billy's got going on, because we ain't got many left, I don't think.
Oh, we just got a handful of them. We got 5 cards. 1 blue one left and 5 pink ones. Horrible. Wait. So technically we got 6.
Yeah, it is awesome. It's just weird the way that thing lights up.
Glowing dark little trail behind it.
Oh! Oh, me. All right. So, questions? I mean, it's going to be kind of boring me just sitting here checking my email. If y'all ain't got no questions, waiting on these tumblers to finish. Waiting for the cutting boards. Well, I got to have an exhaust first.
Yeah,
So we're averaging what, 10 minutes a cup?
Yeah, about 9:45.
5 more. Hey, we got almost another hour. I don't know if I can just talk for another hour. I mean, I guess I could. No, I can't either. I was gonna try to like branch off the exhaust and hook it, but that bamboo will run us out of here. Do 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 do. Oh, the only thing I've changed on my sound is Steve ain't in here, so y'all are just adjusting your sound to me, and not Steve. Oh, but no, it's sitting the same way as it's been sitting. Jim said he's doing a cutting board as he watches our madness.
Good deal. What's he putting on it?
What you putting on the cutting board, Jim? Yeah, Greg, I'm not sure what exactly he's doing over there, but he does have his laser at the flight field out there. So, oh, that's what we got a question over here. Let me see what we got. Mama Bear says, got a noob question. Except for black and red, what other color acrylics can you cut with a diode laser? I know you can't do blue due to the blue light. I'm going to be honest with you. Black, red, and orange are the only 3 colors. And black is pretty much, you can cut black with most blue lasers, depending on the thickness. Red and orange, I have had some, not all, some red and orange that I could cut with a diode. Matter of fact, green
don't fit in that blue.
green don't work real well.
It goes in that blue. Yes, yeah, that blue make green. So.
All right, so we can do this though, because I got exhaust over here. All right, so red, yellow, and green. Uh-oh, a message. Maybe this is our. Is this our Uber Eats?
I was finna say. Just what I was finna say.
Yep, she ain't delivering our food, Steve, Bill. We're gonna have to go in there and get it.
I'll go get it.
Nah, she said it's in the oven, so we'll get it whenever. I don't know what she made. It may not be something that's easily deliverable. All right, so let me move you guys up to the top screen, and then I'll put Lightburn down here in the bottom. Bill don't need me to do nothing with XCS, so we'll leave that over there.
No, just make sense. I gotta have it.
I ain't doing nothing with it. I just gotta minimize.
Yep, don't forget.
All right, so we will home the A70. And then we will move the A70 over to the park location. And we will get down in Lightburn here and get it started. All right, she's texting again. Let's see what happens. Chicken for barbecue chicken sandwiches and chicken taco soup.
It all sounds good to me.
Yeah. So yeah. It looks like we're on our own. Let me put my materials in here. All right, so today, guys, we have up here, we have green, yellow, and red. So, yeah, Robbie, I don't know that it was me having issues as much as it was just a mix of the two of us. Because I haven't changed anything. Like, I didn't change anything before then, and I haven't changed anything today. So, with acrylics, we'll just do a little small shape. I'm just going to do a tiny shape, because I don't want to burn up a bunch of acrylic for this simple demonstration. We're going to make this a 5 by 5 circular shape. There we go. All right, so I got this set for 5 by 5. All right, this is a 70-watt machine that I am running here. And so with the 70-watt machine, I'm going to say I should be able to cut this, if it cuts it, at 20 millimeters a second. Fairly easy. 4 millimeter offset, we can take that to 0. This machine, it does have addressable Z, so I'm taking the Z offset off of it because I don't need it to do that. And then we will we'll run this at 20 millimeters a second and see what happens. So here we go. All right, so let me grab this out of here. All right, so as you can see, 20 millimeters a second. I made a little groove in it, but not a lot. So this is 70 watts, so we're gonna crank the power up, see what happens. Oh, this stuff stinks. Stinks. All right, so we're gonna slow it down to about 10 millimeters a second, which with a 70-watt machine should be more than adequate to cut this out. So here we go. Moving you over to the lightsaber, and here we go. All right. right, so that pass, it almost made it through with 70 watts. But now this material is hot, like really, really hot right there. So I'm gonna move it. I'm aimed for a different location, and we'll run it a little bit slower, and I'll show you. But this is, keep in mind, this is the 70. This isn't your average laser. So let me update my camera here, because I think I moved my material a little bit. Yep. And we'll take and move my little dot over here. Cuts and layers. Slow that down to about 7. And here we go. All right, so as you can see, I got through it, but the cut is not pretty, and it's hot to the point to where this little piece actually shrunk as it was cut out of the hole. So it's substantially smaller than the hole it came out of. So with green, can you? Maybe, kinda, sorta. All right, so we're gonna put green over here because it took, I had to slow way down, 7 millimeters a second to cut this green with a 70 watt. So we're gonna move over here, and I'm gonna redo the design and put it over on the red. So I'm gonna take my little circle there, I'm gonna put it over here by this failed made it logo. And I'm going to move this up to 15 millimeters a second. And we're going to cut that. So
Coral, same as the blue, right?
yep.
Working on that fine.
All right. So at 15 millimeters a second, as you can see, it kind of sort of put a groove in it, but it's not pretty. But we're going to put it back in there, and I'll slow it down again, and we'll slow it down to, we're going to do 10 on this, because red typically does cut a little bit better. So let me put it back in here. Can't get my material where I want it, so we'll just do it. We're gonna just update the overlay and aim it that way. So we'll put it right here beside that one there. So this is at 10 millimeters a second, 70 watt diode. So here we go. So as you can see, it melts it, and it's kind of trying to go through the back, but it's not great. So yes, can you, when people say can you, you can. Do I recommend it? No. All right, so we'll put these colors to the side, because red's one of the better colors at being able to limp through it. But let me go grab some black. All right, so here's some little black right here. Let me peel this plastic off the back of it, or paper, or whatever you want to call it. Black, the thing about it is that the problems that you're dealing with, I don't know if y'all noticed how bright the inside of this enclosure was when I was running those colors, but it reflects or transmits the light a lot better. And so when it does that, of course, even though I've got 70 watts of power, it's just not having the effect, because the light's either traveling through it or getting reflected away from it. And this stuff, I hate this stuff. So I'm just gonna put this in here like this, because it ain't gonna come off. So, back to the screen. All right, so I'm gonna update the overlay. All right, so we'll take this now, and I'm gonna put it right here in the corner, and we're gonna turn the speed all the way up to 20. And y'all saw a while ago, to get a clean cut, or to get a cut, I had to run 70 on that other stuff, right? So here we go. Watch the difference in the light inside the enclosure. Woo. There we go, and we're done. Yeah, went a little. It did better than the other colors, but it didn't cut all the way through. So I'm gonna slow it down a little bit to 15. And I don't know what kind of acrylic this is. This may not even be extruded. Pretty sure it is, though. It came with a laser, I'm sure. Alright, so 15 millimeters a second. Update my overlay. Put that one right beside the other one there. And we're going to send it. So, this still ain't wanting to cut all the way through it. I mean, it did. Hang on. It did, but it didn't want to come out of there too easy. So we'll slow it down to 10. This has already got something on the back of it. We'll cut that out. To the screen. Alright. Update overlay. We'll cut that little circle right there out. Cuts and layers. Alright, so here's where the thing, if you go too slow with acrylic, I will tell you, it tends to, a lot of times, melt it. We're going to run this one at 10 millimeters a second, one pass, and see how it does. But worst case, I can speed up the speed and run it 2 passes. But I like to try to limit the passes if I can. Makes it a smoother cut. So there you go. And the difference, yeah, you can't really see it, but this is a smooth, clean edge. No issues with the way it cut. This is acceptable. But any other color, you're going to start getting those, the edges are going to look melted and everything. I mean, so with black, works out pretty good. Now, gotta do something crazy. Some of these companies will send you materials with their machines. That's just insane. Steve's got a block of this too, and we were both like, what in the world? Look at that. That right there, guys, is a piece of acrylic that is 29.29 or 29.32. Yeah. Right there. So, and I will show you what you can do with it. Oh, I didn't even set the focus a while ago. Luckily, the last material I was cutting in this machine was 3mm. So we're gonna play, guys.
Really?
Yeah. Oh. All right, to the screen.
I want to see this one.
All right, so we're gonna update the overlay. There's the material right there. So click it. There we go. So I'm going to take and frame my cut. All right, so I got to move the machine down a little bit to be able to set my focus. And I'm going to tell the console to set the focus. All right, so we said this material was, what did we say, 29? 29? Yeah, it was 29. So we're going to set the Z on this one to 14 millimeters, which is going to bring the Z axis in. I'm going to set my speed down to about 6 millimeters a second with a 14 millimeter Z offset. Whoa, what happened there? Hey, that didn't go the way I wanted it to. I don't know what I did. Alright, let's do this again.
That's going to be across those cracks.
Okay. Alright, let me set the focus again.
It's catching about 2 inches from that back corner and jamming across there.
Yeah, it's freaking... I don't know why it's doing that. It hadn't been doing it. Alright. Alright, so let me move that up and over the edge of that corner right there. I'm afraid that I gave it too much Z. Let's see what happens. Alright, here we go. At 6 millimeters a second. Let's see what happens. Yeah, that's too much Z. Hang on, I gotta fix that. It's actually below the material with that setting. So we're gonna change that to 10 millimeters on the Z. All right, so now let's try it. All right, not quite. So let's run it one more time. See if 2 passes will do it. That's an insane block of freaking acrylic. All right, so as you can see, even the 70 It just ain't got it. It plays out, but that falls back to what me and Steve have been talking about with the power of the lasers. The problem isn't necessarily the power as much as the focus. I don't know if you can see it, but the focus as it gets deeper is just less effective because of the focus, and that's even with me taking and dropping this focus down ridiculously amounts. I dropped the focus in 10 millimeters, and it's still. It's just still not enough. But with regular size or thickness material, it's fine. Like these pieces right here are, I don't know, that's about 6 millimeters. No, 9.64. So 9 millimeter piece. Let me get you down here on the screen. Boy, that stuff stinks. We'll turn my air on. All right, I gotta focus it. See, and therein lies. Well, it's 6 millimeters a second on that, and the thicker material, it gets so hot, but it doesn't want to cut it, not in one pass. You have to run multiple passes. But that's the benefits of a if you're wanting to do a lot of, especially the thicker materials, just break down and get yourself a CO2. And we'll set this for a few passes, and we'll go ahead and chew through it. But that's the problem when you get into trying to cut this thicker acrylic and stuff. These machines, those just aren't really made for that. So, not your best approach. So, cuts and layers. We're going to change this cuts and layers. Hang on, I'll show you what I'm doing. I want to change this to 15 millimeters a second. I'm going to run it at 3 passes to try to get a nice clean edge without any melting. So, show you what it does.
Chad's gonna fire me. Philip, don't fire Bill.
Yeah. All right, so with the multiple passes, I got all the way through it, and it's very hot. It's very hot. The problem that with the acrylic getting it that hot, though, a lot of times, is even though it's cut all the way through, with it being that thick, it welds itself back together if you get it too hot. So the thin stuff is fun to play with the machines, but the thicker stuff, I don't know why they send this. With the CNC, it'd be really fun to play with, but there's limited results with the blue lasers with that. Like I said, the thinner stuff, 3 millimeter up to 5 millimeter, is fun. I'll show you how it cuts this stuff. All right, down into the software. So we will take, and if I can get my library to load. All right, so we'll let that run for a few minutes and show you what that looks like. The results you get with a blue diode, even on engraving, can vary. It takes a lot of testing to get like the white or gray raised text looking look. It takes some practice. It takes some settings, and I will tell you that I've actually used acrylic, had perfect results with white text and all that with a blue diode. I ordered another pack of acrylic from the same exact company, got it in, and had different results. So the chemical composition and the way they make the acrylic will affect what temperatures and heats and speeds and all that you have to run when you're trying to get, especially if you're trying to get the white or the gray coating, so to speak. Here we go. It's down to the cutting. All right, Bill, I need your rag and your cleaner. Whew, that stuff stinks. All right, so I cut it out really nice. I got nice smooth edges. Ain't got no lines, or it ain't tapered or anything like that. Now, with this machine, I haven't done a lot of black acrylic, so the settings for the engrave were definitely a little hot. I did get a good engrave, but it's engraved. It ain't turned it white. It engraved it like 1/2 millimeter deep. So it would turn it white if I had to put so much power to it. But yeah, so as you can see, it's hard to get the camera to capture that. There you go. You can kind of see it right there. But it's deeply engraved in the black acrylic. So it'll do it. And you can get the white look on this stuff too, but like I said, you gotta do some testing to make sure you get your LPI and your speed and power and everything set properly. But there you go. I hope that answers your question about the acrylic. Bill, I see you're slacking. You slacking?
Slacking? I'm almost done, man. I'm at about 80%. I know we're almost 90%. That's got 3 more to go, so about 85%.
Yeah, check that out. That's a pretty cool material. This is a fluorescent orange acrylic. Still got the paper on it. I got this over at WBC. It's pretty cool. It's like fluorescent. I don't want to mess it up playing with the blue diodes though. I hadn't figured out what I want to make with it, but I think I want to make me a Clack Shack logo out of it because it's like fluorescent. So I think it'd look cool if I can figure out how to put a black light LED in there. This is heavy.
What?
It's heavy.
What?
There's a lot of acrylic in there. A lot of acrylic. Yeah, Mama Bear, CO2s are not cheap for sure. Look at that. A pink one. Or coral, right?
Yeah,
Coral.
we call it pink. It's pink.
Yeah, it looks very pinkish to me. I'm gonna have to throw that in the pink category. So there you go. It's missing the handle still, but I mean you can envision it having a handle. So there you go.
The handle will be on in just a second, Mom.
Well, you down to like what? 2 more?
Yeah,
3?
2.5.
3 counting the one that's on there?
Yeah, 2.5.
Sweet. Bill's almost made it, y'all. He ain't tore up one yet, so.
We'll sell about 85%.
At least if he has, he hadn't told me about it.
I ain't going to.
Greg said he calls that Clack Attack orange. It is a cool color. I like it. But yeah, man, we've been on here for a minute. 3 hours, 36 minutes, and 53 seconds. But if you haven't already found it, guys, be sure to check us out in the live Sunday night. I'm going to post that here in a little bit. I need to do that thumbnail. So I'll do that when we get through. I don't want y'all to have to sit here. Well, I mean, I guess I could. It ain't going to hurt nothing. I guess I could sit here and knock out the thumbnail and everything while y'all hang out. Because Bill, they said they want to see the cutting board, so you got to hurry up and get done with your projects over there.
Just as fast as that thing will let me. Got about another 25 minutes.
Oh, still at 796, Bill.
Yeah, I saw that.
Still at 790. We need to do something with this little banner right here. I'm not digging that.
I'm gonna fix all
You
this.
need to let me fix all this and like clean it up.
Thank you when I put it up there. I've been meaning to redo everything on there.
Give me the go ahead, and I'll put you some orange and white and black in there. Let's see here. Let me get this live stream. Let me get the live for tomorrow night ready to go. Mama Bear, sorry about that. Yeah, that's the problem with being able to view stuff internationally. It's cool. It's really cool, but you know the fact that like some of you guys are sleeping while we're awake and vice versa, it does make things difficult sometimes. That's one reason why I like to do these little pop-up lives, is so that some of y'all that either work or have plans or whatever can attend occasionally. So it's going to be the 8th. It's going to be the next. Oh, I thought you was coming over here to look at something.
I was watching you make your time.
So it's going to be the 8th. It's going to be the next. Let me see here. What kind of background do we need? Do we need Steve's flying airplanes this week. We could do like an airplane themed.
797.
We could do like an airplane themed background.
Yeah.
What's that?
797.
Are you at 797?
3 more. Come
All
on,
right,
guys.
hang on. 797. There you go. So Steve's doing airplane stuff. I wish I had like a background of Steve's airplane field or something. I could put that up here. That'd be cool.
Let them take pictures of it too.
See, I run out of stuff. This is a dilemma I have, guys. I run out of stuff to do backgrounds with. What do you do if your tumblers don't match in a large order? Mix them up in a box so they don't notice. If they don't match, you talking about if your design got messed up, way out of whack? I don't know. Just hope they don't look at them together. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not too bad, but yeah. Typically, if I have anything gets messed up too bad, they're not going to leave here, which sucks because then I got to buy them. But just like that, I mean, earlier I moved that logo around about 1/4 of an inch. But to be honest with you, unless one, they didn't tell me where they wanted the logo, I just kind of picked where I thought it needed to be. And two, most people that don't do this stuff every day aren't going to be able to look at the logo on a cylindrical object and tell if it's, you know what I mean? It's so even though I noticed it as far as it wasn't where I wanted it, there's nothing wrong with them. So, but typically I try not to have that many goof ups. Like I said, I might make some adjustments to positioning. If I got that many goof ups, we got a problem. Let's see. What else can we do a background image? It's fixing to be October, right? No, it's still September. Let me just search for September photos. What's popular in September? Oh, that's too girly.
There is your 2. You cannot tell a difference. You want to show them what I'm talking about. You move that thing. You can't.
Oh, I don't think he's talking about me. I mean,
Well, I'm saying that was a.
Yeah, that's the closest thing to a screw up we had was I moved it. The closest thing we had to a screw up was I moved that logo 1/4 of an inch. And you really,
It was even 1/4 inch.
you really,
Yeah, you can't tell.
really can't. You really.
Unless you take some kind of micrometer type.
Like I said, I can because I look at them all the time. Because I know exactly where I wanted it, but mostly because I know that I wanted it lined up with the 2 M's right there in the center. So I mean, that's just my OCD. But
I'm just saying something like that.
that's a pretty cool background. But we ain't able to see it when we put me and Steve in there. Yeah, see. It's just hard finding. Greg said he could unsubscribe and resubscribe, Bill.
Oh,
He said, I don't think it works that way, though.
I don't count. I don't count.
Let's see.
He can always make another channel unsubscribe.
Yeah, create another account. I hear you. There's one of some mountains. That's just, I don't know. That just don't fit. It looks like we're going to be going with the old brick wall. See if I can find a different brick wall that I had never used. Yeah, it's always my go-to. Either brick wall or like some wood. Oh, that's a cool one. Yeah, looks like we're going to. Looks like we're going to a brick wall. 798.
798.
Uh-oh. Boom, boom.
Two more.
Oh, that's cool. That looks like we're somewhere in downtown Detroit. But hey,
Fun to say. You better not drive.
Sunday Night Live. I mean, it works.
It's not bad. It gets the point across. It gets the point across.
See, I'm not all sure that the way we created this. This ain't right. No, nope. The way we created that live the other day, I think that's what's giving the problems with the streams. Yeah, we're gonna go back to the old school way of doing it. I'm gonna create it, see if I can send it to Steve. Oh, it won't let me do it like it used to make me do it. All right, we're gonna have to wait and do that, guys, once I get off of this stream, because it looks like it's gonna mess me up on something if I don't. Well, create an event on social platforms. We'll see if this works. If this got a bunch of bugs, if it doesn't show you the like pop-ups and all, guys, let me know. September the 8th. Oh, I hear the machine stopping. Down to 1, Bill?
2.
2?
Got 2 more to go. Let's see. 2 more to go.
All right, so I'm going to add the thumbnail. Episode 92. So this will be episode 92 coming up on the 8th for me and Steve for our live. So let's see what happens. Let's see if this actually lets me create it and see if it sends out the events. So y'all can go ahead and hit the little button saying you're coming if you want. And the events hopefully are getting created as we speak. So hopefully it won't do like it did last week where it didn't notify you that we were going live. Hopefully this week it'll notify everybody.
Now, Steve sent me one last week, said you were going live with Tuesday.
Yeah, Restream's been messing with some stuff. We were on the fence about whether to swap our software, but here, the luck we've been having recently, yeah, they lost us. 'Cause I'm fixing to.
The audio has been jacked up.
Well, the audio's not really. It's a mismatch. It's between me and him. There's no way of us seeing how loud the audio is. Yeah, it looks like it's been on here for about 3 hours and 45 minutes. We've been doing some tumblers and just chilling. So yeah, it's been a minute. See if it's creating events for the tomorrow night. Let's see. Looks, no. Yeah, no. Why does it still say live 921? An error occurred. No, it shouldn't. I changed the name of it. I changed everything. Yeah, it's yeah, it's just being janky. Unschedule. Yeah, unschedule. I didn't know there was an unschedule button, but we'll unschedule it and see. But yeah, we may have to swap softwares faster than what I thought we were going to, because this is getting annoying. Trying to get the stuff going, and it's actually affecting broadcasts and everything. So we'll see if I can't get it corrected here shortly. So we're about done, but we can do these cutting boards, and we'll go ahead and get the stuff out at least. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 to do. So let me go grab 4 cutting boards.
I've got 1 more or 1.5 tumblers. So if I another 15 minutes, I'll be good to go.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and get the plastic off my cutting boards. I got 4 of them right here. They come pre-wrapped in this plastic material, like shrink wrapped. So the way I get it off, just start right there at the handle and rip it loose. 1.
This one here is not quite half, so about 17 minutes.
And I get like $35 for these little guys here, which is a pretty good little deal. But now, I have spent a lot of research and development into my techniques when it comes to bamboo. Do what?
I think you're probably just now breaking even. All of them that you lost.
Oh no, I make money off of these guys. Because Clayton's orders about 5 a week from me.
You need to go by and check out them other ones. That other store. I don't know what the average is on these right here, how much we're giving for them, order them off of there. But them over yonder is bigger than these right here, still bamboo.
Yeah, but they don't want bigger. That's what I'm saying.
The only thing
These were designed by my client. They told me exactly what they wanted. I can't be changing their product.
Yeah, some of the bigger ones, some of them got different handles on them.
Ew, I'm about to fall out my chair. So, all right, well, I got all that done.
We're about halfway on that one, so about 20 minutes. Hey, will this not here raise up before it moves? This not here raise up before it moves? The frame? So I'm not sure if it's gonna clear there or not. It's a little low. Just saying. Once you drag across the brake now.
Well, I hadn't set nothing up here, man, but I'm pretty sure it will. That's all I ever do in this machine.
Okay. It does. It just looks real.
No, I did do a speed and power test the other day on that other material with it.
I think it's one of them, like going under a bridge, I don't know if you're gonna make it till you get there. And this angle was real close. And then once you hit frame, that thing smack.
Wonder how loud this old bamboo gonna be.
We're about 3/4 of the way down this right here.
All right, y'all want to see how bad this bamboo smokes up the shop, or y'all want me to wait?
I had to hit the roll-up door.
Oh.
I didn't see, I don't see it. I had 44 down to 30.
Huh?
And then fell asleep, took a nap.
Well, we've been on here for almost 4 hours.
Yeah. That's why I was looking for you.
It's been a minute. Let's see what Milk Money Mini Form. Oh, Hobo's over there. Hobo done went live, haven't he?
Hey.
We done hit 800?
800, brother. Thank you, thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, thank you.
Look at that.
If I can hit 900 today, I'd be better.
Look at that. Look. Just look at that.
Look at there. 800.
Look at that right there.
800 it. It's a big one.
Boy.
Thank y'all.
He said thanks. All right, Bill. 100 push-ups.
I love y'all, but whew. I kind of now, when I get down to a push-up, this right here kind of makes me
I
teeter-totter.
was going to say, you more or less just roll, don't you?
Yeah, I just kind of like roll over, teeter-totter back and forth. I don't kind of go up and down no more, so.
Yeah. Well, if we can get that last one done, we'll because somebody said they wanted, I don't know if they even still in here, but they wanted to see the bamboo.
This one over here's almost through.
So we got one more. It takes about 10 minutes to do them. So,
This right here's got about another 2.5 minutes.
Greg, no, the cameras are easy. Especially like with the Rolly, once you adjust the camera. Now, I will tell you this. Adjust the camera to the thickness of the material that you usually run. So if you normally run 1/2 inch, thick pieces, or if you normally run 1/4 inch plywood, lay a piece of that in there, put your little patterns on top of that, and do your calibration there. But no, cameras, I love my cameras. Which now I've got this file set up to where this file is jigged. So once I open this, I know that when I open this file on the MK2, if I place my little corner brackets with the magnets on them, down here at the bottom, up here at the top, I know that this frame line right here is going to be perfectly lined up with my cutting board. And all I've got to do, guys, is hit go. Like, all my speeds are in here. Everything is set up the way it needs to be. All I've got to do is hit go. So, and I've got files for the Home Sweet Home boards as well as the names. And I've got one that they're wanting me to do the Home Sweet Home with, and then I've got 3 that I got to do names. I've got 2 stove covers started, and then I got 1 more that I got to get engraved, which I'll do that sometime this week. Greg says you'll do a jig, and he ain't talking about no jig for a laser either.
I'd probably squeeze out one of them.
He said he wants to see your best Fortnite dance.
If this one right here turns out, this will be 100.
Is it? Is that the last one?
That's the last one.
So if he don't screw this one up, guys, he's gonna be batting 100 average.
So, this one over here looks good on the right here. Everything's sticking. One more to clean. Double check.
Hey, don't drop it now.
I'm trying.
Bend the corner or nothing, because that counted as a screw up if you did that.
Did that or time before last? Dropped one last time which we were able to fix that one though. The time before last, the last time that wasn't no fixing that one.
Yeah.
What's
But yeah, but it's like I said, we just been hanging out doing these tumblers, guys, trying to get caught up. Bill decided he wanted some more practice, and hell, he's basically done all the work. He's gonna be wanting me to pay him all the money now. I don't know.
I had an LP5 on working up to.
He's trying to build up store credit. That's what it is.
Yeah, LP5 come all the way.
But anyways. Alright, well, as soon as this last one gets done, guys, we'll do these bamboo, and I'll show you the bamboo boards, and then we're going to have to get off here because Brandy said our lunch was going to be in the oven, which means it's probably going to be cold by the time we get in there. So I'm going to get something to eat and get some more tea because I am completely out of sweet tea. But if you hadn't, guys, hit the subscribe button and keep a lookout. I was going to try to do, go ahead and throw our live up for tomorrow night, but Restream is not cooperating. It's being a bit of a bear. So what I'm going to wind up doing is just, I'll try to create it and get it going. Maybe everything will work. Really frustrated with the way that it's working here lately. It did a really good job for the past year or so since we started doing the lives, but now it's falling apart. So I'll create that live and have it out there hopefully here as soon as we get through this and get through eating and all that good stuff. So all right, you got my exhaust tube tied up over there.
Almost. Almost there. Listen. Just about 8 minutes left. 8, 7, 8, 8.
Huh?
Last one.
How's it coming over there? Let me peek in.
It's still straight right now.
Oh, I plugged up the camera for the MK2 and it killed that camera over there.
I was going to say,
Yeah, they don't play well together.
Well, I don't need to plug it back up and get back on.
Nah, I'd be alright. It's something about that Adam Stack camera and that and basically any other camera. If they're on the same circuit, it won't work.
Like I say, she's still straight and tight. She ain't cleaning. It's a good burn so far. About not quite halfway.
Let's see. Alright, so Greg's saying, how do you save the settings for the board? If I open something from my library, the settings are my last burn. Well, I'm not saving this to the library per se. This is actually a file. Like when I get done, like with this file right here, I'll go to File, Save As, and then I'll save it in here. And so this is actually a light burn file, kind of like if you went to Etsy and downloaded a file. But I'm saving them on the computer, like here locally. And so I can just go in here and open, like if I opened up the other one, see, I could go in here now without having to do anything to this. I can go in here and go to open, and I can open up the name. These are for different machines. Like, cause over the years, I've used a lot of different machines to do these bamboo boards. And so I have files made specifically for the different machines and the way that I set the jigs up and stuff. So like you can go back and look like that X-Tool Do 1 Pro. I mean, I haven't used that file since April the 11th of 2023. The TS2, July 2023. So a lot of these are older files that I've created and used. Because each machine that I get in here, I use it with them for a while to just see how they do. But yeah. But if you save this, just save this as a file, not as a library, not over here in the library, as a file. When you save it as a file, like your settings and stuff will actually save with it. And then when you open it, they come back. Like if I save this one right here, let's say I save this as, I'll just do something that y'all know I wouldn't have on a file. So we'll save this to 10,000 millimeters a second, all right? I'm gonna hit that. All right, and I'm just gonna hit save on my file because this is saved as a Rolly Lasermatic. So now I can open a new file, open, go in here. This is my MK2 Home Sweet Home file. Hang on. You can see there's no cuts and layers in here. If I add something, let's see what it's gonna be. It's gonna be 300 millimeters. per second or whatever. So if I go in here and I go to open, MK2 Home Sweet Home, no. You can see my speeds that I put in here, my insane speed actually stayed in that file. So when you're doing these and you're building a jig like this, because that's basically all this is I'm building a jig file. Make sure you save the file. Don't save it as art library. Save it as an actual Lightburn file, and it saves everything in here. So now all I gotta do is send it to the machine. So that is how I go about doing that, and it works. Trust me, been doing it for a few years now. Imperfect Woodcraft says congrats, Milk Money.
Thank you.
I still need to play around with them logos and stuff. I need to do some housekeeping.
I'll let you have it.
800 subscribers. Look at him. Hey, if you get 200 more, you'll have 1,000.
I know, that's what I need. I'm trying.
Get 1,000 subscribers.
I'm trying.
I hear 1,000 is kind of a cool number to get.
Yeah. It's kind of a mini goal. 100,000 would be even better, but hey, you never know one day.
Oh yeah, 100,000 subscribers would be awesome.
That 1 million mark.
Yeah, I don't see that one happening. All right, so we should be about through. How far are we over there?
Oh, about 2/3 probably. Yeah, about 2/3. We just got to do the forms. So I was left. Yep. Start on forms about 3 minutes maybe. Just got to do the form.
All right, so now that you've gotten over 800 subscribers, I'm going to expect you to get the other 200 now here in the next week. You've got 800 now. So, yeah, but you're at 800. So, I mean, now you just 200 more. So that's your homework for this week, is to get 200 more subscribers.
This week?
Yeah, 200 more. In 7 days, let's see, how many? Y'all know I suck at math. So if you need 200 and you got 7 days to do it, all you got to do is get 28 a day.
I mean, we about done that here today.
Yeah, but you get 7 more days of 28 a day.
I'm just saying, I was at 780 when I got here, and 800 now. So I got 20 here today.
Hey, if I can get 28 subscribers a day, that'd be awesome.
Look, I just got to come back over here and we got to do a live every day.
Oh.
Like right there. All right, y'all almost done.
Well, you need to hurry up, because I'm ready to burn some bamboo.
We got 2 more letters. That's all we got. Got 2 more letters. Yep. I'm about 99.8% away from doing perfect this time. Although I don't drop it.
Yeah. Greg, any of the, Lightburn is Lightburn, regardless of whether it's the Lasermatic, the Atom Stack, if you're running Lightburn, the processes on all these machines are the same. And I got a whole bunch of videos in Lightburn. Because the machines interface, now, like I said, the machines are different. They have different modules. Some of them are better construction, lesser quality construction. But for the most part, the way they operate in Lightburn is identical. So, just study Lightburn videos, because that's what it is. Oh, I hear it stop. Did it stop?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Hang on, guys. We finna hook the exhaust up to the MK2, and then I can start doing some boards here.
Let me see.
Hey, got her going. All right. To the screen. All right, so here we are, guys, in Lightburn. Just for good sakes, I'm going to go ahead and home again. All right, and all right, let me get my other little camera. Hang on. Well, never mind, it's not going to work. I forgot. So I'm gonna frame one time just to make sure my file is correct. Well, wrong button. I need to use the circle frame in order to frame this entire outline. That's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna use circle frame the entire outline. As you can see, it is 100% where I want it. So we're good to go. All right, pay attention. When focusing the algo laser on bamboo, 2 to 3 millimeters. All right, where's my little ruler? You know, did it away. Like, same thing. All right, you're gonna want to take and pull it out of focus. I know it sounds counterproductive, but trust me, to get a good brown burn, you're gonna want to pull it out of focus. This trick works as well, so we're gonna show you. So when you lay it over here, so as you can see right there, guys, I've got the little focusing measurement stick underneath the module, sitting on top of that little ruler, which that little ruler is basically just a 3 millimeter piece of material. That's really all you need. I think that was actually like 3.3, but 0.3 millimeters is not going to matter. Roughly 3 millimeters above focus. That's where we're at. I'm going to close the lid, and since I messed with it, I'm going to home it again. All right, and where's it going to send it? So that is the method of focusing. All right, I'm going to show you my settings right quick. So before we get through with this and you start wanting to know what kind of voodoo I'm using, because Steve was always telling people I use some kind of weird voodoo on my stove coat or my bamboo. As you can see, I'm running 300 millimeters per second, 100% power. I've got it set to feel. I'm running 150.03 lines per inch. I don't know why I set it at 0.3, but whatever, 150 lines per inch. Fill all shapes together. That is the settings. The only other thing that I've did that most people would not do is I raise the focus up to get it out of focus. And the reason being is when it's finally focused, kind of like with the tumblers earlier, it's going to like completely just destroy, it's going to vaporize that material like that. All right. And that's great for when you're engraving and you're trying to make things deep, because you want to do that. But if you're trying to get a consistent brown color, especially on something like bamboo that just disintegrates and just like disappears really easy, then you got to change the way you do things. And what I have adopted and what I use, and it works because I make 5 or 6 of these a week, is I raise the focus and I run these speeds on this machine. Now I will tell you, the MK2 from from Rolly, the MK2 from Algo Laser, and the We Create, there's something in the way that the beam is created in those 3 machines. It does do a little better job on bamboo than a lot of the other machines. Even my X tools and my Atom Stacks that I like, when it comes to bamboo, this machine, the laser, the Algo Laser, and the We Create do a little bit better job getting those darker colors. Because the problem and the argument that you get from a lot of people is bamboo, it'll leave those places to where the engrave it's nice, but then the next little section, because you have a different grain in the wood, you can't see it. Like, it'll either be black or disappeared or whatever. It's really, really, really inconsistent. Now, there's still going to be some inconsistencies. If you see a part of the bamboo that's like dark brown, like these little knuckles right here on this bamboo, or this little piece right here, it's going to engrave a little different, okay? Shouldn't be god awfully different, but sometimes you will get some weird spots, like that little spot right there. These darker spots are going to engrave a little bit different. Now, doing the way I do it, usually it's not going to be big enough to be that big of a noticeable deal that I'll just work through it. But if I see that I have these dark spots that are going to be where I'm engraving, I'm going to engrave this side. Because where I'm going to be engraving, these I can deal with better than I can these real dark ones. So I try to pick the side and pick my spot to avoid these, because this darker material right here is going to engrave differently than this material in here. So kind of pick where you're going to put it when you can. This one here, not going to be a lot we can do about it, but this little streak right here that's darker, it's on both sides. That's going to be a little bit of a different variation of burn. But with the settings that I'm running, hopefully it won't be bad enough for me to be, wanting to redo it. So, like this one, same thing. It's got the dark streak right in the middle. I'm probably going to engrave it on this side to get away from that. So those are some of my little cheats. It's not witchcraft, Steve. It's not witchcraft at all. Let's see. Greg said, Bill, you need to record and post a new video. Recording videos can be a tough thing to do.
So right now,
Greg says you need to post a new video.
post a new video. I'm gonna try to tomorrow. It's gonna be a fishing video.
Yeah, he's getting inside his own head a little bit on his videos.
Hey, 801.
He'll figure it out. 801, sweet. The D1 Pro, yes, it will help bringing the focus up. With any of the machines, it helps. I haven't used the D1 Pro as much with bamboo since I got some of the other machines. But yeah, you can definitely improve your results by raising the focus on any of the diodes. And there's a lot of times, like with different materials, I'll do a speed test and I'll be like, okay, well, let me see what it'll do now if I raise the focus. Because focus is a dynamic that goes into the creation of the heat, because as you know, when you raise the focus up, the beam gets wider. That same amount of power is spread out over a larger area, so it's kind of no different than if you change the speed or the power output. So that's one of those variables that a lot of people overlook when they're doing their testing and everything, that I think you should. You're through with the tumbler, right?
Tumblers are done 100%.
Sweet. I'm gonna close this file.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. Well, Bill didn't mess up any tumblers tonight, guys. Congratulations. We're gonna give you a nice little on that and your 801. How do you determine the LPI? If I design something in Lightburn, should I be changing it for one reason or another? The LPI is the material is going to be what determines that. The material and the desired effect. Different materials, you can go higher, much more overlap, or you can go lower. You can even set your LPI, guys, to like 6. Like, let's say you're doing an engrave and you kind of just want to add a little something to an area, but you don't want to fully engrave it. You can literally like set your LPI to like 6, and it'll have like 6 little lines. And if you set that to be a crosshatch, it'll actually make it almost look like it's got a screen door on it. So, and I do stuff with that sometimes when I'm playing with certain files that I need to, like if I've got a material that I want to shade it, but I can't quite shade it, I'll actually change the LPI to where there's white space in between the lines, and you're going to do 2 things. You're going to create that shading effect on that area, but you're also going to speed up the engrave, because instead of 127 lines per inch, you're running like 30. So it's going to cut through there a lot faster. So that's one of those cool little things that you can play with and create some pretty cool designs as such. Yeah, that one's about finished. So
Got the roof and all.
yeah, it's working its way up the top. But I'll show y'all these 3 cutting boards and 4. And then we're going to get something to eat. Because I'm hungry. And my wife says she got some food in there in the freezer or the stove. So, any more questions? I guess I could show y'all some LPI tricks right quick while we're waiting.
So some what?
LPI tricks?
Oh, yeah. This is the little venom cards, you know. That's a high LPI, isn't it?
Huh?
That venom card used to make, there's a high LPI on that.
Yeah, but that's a different machine. All right, so for this little demonstration, guys, we've used the other machines. We've used the Atom Stack, we've used the X-Tool S1, we've used the Lasermatic MK2. So for this one, you guessed it, we're going to the X40. So I've got my X40 powered up. Should be 19. Yep. Nope, not 19. 16. There we go.
That's this one now.
Woohoo! There we are, guys. The famed machine. The one, the only. Enclosurezilla. All right, so for instance, let's do circles. We'll do a circle. All right, so for instance, if we had this circle and we wanted to fill it, but we didn't really want to like engrave it. So what I could do is I could go in here and click on this guy, and I would go over to my cuts and layers. And instead of 127 LPI, I could run it at, let's say 25. So that's going to put me at having 1.0160 lines every millimeter. So
You got
we'll take,
crosshatch turned on.
I didn't turn crosshatch on, but I'm just going to,
Bi-directional.
no, bidirectional is not crosshatch.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, bidirectional just means it's going to engrave going left, going in, and going right.
Yeah, I think crosshatch.
So I'm going to turn this on and run this and show you what it does there, fellas. So here we go.
That's weird.
All right, so we'll let that run for a minute,
That's weird.
and we're going to check on this. All right, Steve, there it is. It's witchery, witchcraft. Steve says that my ability to get a brown finish on bamboo is witchcraft, but it's not. It's just the right settings. See, there's a little bit of that variation in the color, but it's not bad. It's not bad at all. I can deal with that. Don't move it. Don't move it.
Okay, I didn't move. I thought you wanted to see it.
Well, I'm going to, but I have cameras for that.
I didn't move. If I didn't move it, you have
All
to
right,
hang it
so
out.
there we go, guys. We got that done, and so I'm going to update my overlay right here, and we'll move this over here out of the way, and show you auto brightness. Wait a minute. Can't see it. The camera resolution is not quite high enough. All right, you can move it now, Bill.
You sure?
Yep. All right, so there's my LPI that I just ran. Well, if I can get it where you can see it. If I can get it where you can see it, guys. Jeez, come here. Shoot. I should have made it bigger. It's just a bunch of little tiny lines. The shading, if you don't know if you can see this at all, but there is like a millimeter of space between each line. Okay, you can throw it back in there. I'm gonna make it bigger so we can see it. And I'm gonna slow the speed down a little bit too, so that my lines will be a little darker. All right, so let's get down to the screen. All right, so this time we're going to take, I'm going to change the LPI to 50. All right, so we had it at 25. Now we're going to put it at 50. So that means that my line interval is going to be 0.50. All right, so I'm going to turn crosshatch on, which is going to make it go both directions. All right, so here we go. Let me make sure I got update overlay. Put this right there. Yeah, it's still gonna be a little hard to see. Still gonna be a little hard to see because it's tiny lines. What up, Chico? All right, so back to the bamboo cutting board. Man, I got like musical windows going everywhere over here. All right, so I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna open up my name file for this machine. All right. And all I got to do now on this one is change this name to Johnson is one of them that I've got to have. So change that, send that to the machine, and it's off to the races. So now we're waiting on 2 machines to get done. Let me check some comments real quick. Mama Bear, I use 3 different levels of fire extinguishing. The first thing that you need is just get you a spray bottle, because 90% of any kind of fire you have, if you're doing right and you're in here with it and you're keeping an eye on your machines, this is about as far as you're going to need to go as far as fire protection goes. Because what'll happen is sometimes you may go too slow and it may start burning the material, and you'll just start seeing it just get, the blackness will start spreading. Then you can just spritz it a couple times and it's done. I've had to use this like 3 times. One time I had to use it because I was trying to engrave one of those coconut hair floor mats or entry mats, like a door type mat. Don't do that. Those things burn really well. But this is what I use for that. And if you look right here, this is actually from my law enforcement buddies. This is a blaze defense. There's also other kinds that you can get. You want to grab that one off of the CNC? You'll notice I got another one mounted to the CNC right there. And these are commercially available. I actually did a video. This is available at like Walmart, places like that. Amazon. If you go to my Amazon shop, there should be some links. But these are made to keep underneath like your kitchen sink. And these are made for like grease fires, more or less. Now, you don't want to spray this unless it's got bad. All right, because this is not exactly safe for lasers. But if your shop is on fire to the point to where you've got to deploy this, the laser's probably already done, because you've probably already burnt all the electrical wiring off of it. So at this point, I mean, people are like, oh, you can't use that, it's going to destroy your laser. If you got flames big enough that you're reaching for this, your laser's a goner. So at this point, you're just trying to save your shop. But if it gets worse, and these don't do it, hang on. I keep one of these over by the door. This is a boat and RV fire extinguisher. It's a little bit bigger. But hopefully I never have to reach for this one. That's why it's by the door, because I can reevaluate while I'm at the door. Do I need to just shut the door and call the fire department, or go back with this? So this, hopefully I never use this. So that is that's my levels of fire extinguishing. But I don't, like I said, I've never had to go past my little spray bottle, my Windex bottle. And I've only had to use it like 3 times. And one of them was because of that coconut hair rug thing. it didn't look like, I didn't think it was on fire. I'm engraving it, and it looks like it's engraving great. And so I start doing something on the computer. You know, I've got the exhaust running. I look back in there, and I noticed that there's this black shape on it that looks like the state of Louisiana or something. And it's supposed to be text. And I'm like, how in the world did this how did it do that? And then I realized right around the edges of that shape that looked like Louisiana, it was red. So like it was almost like this little tiny grass fire inside my enclosure that was spreading through this rug. And so I turned the laser off, turned the air off because you know I was sucking air through the enclosure also. So I turned all that off. I reached over there, grabbed my little spray bottle, gave it a few spritzes to get it to calm down, and then I reached in there, lifted it out, toted it outside, and took the water hose and finished like extinguishing the coconut husk or whatever that it was made out of. That was the closest I've ever came. Other than that, well, I can show you. Y'all want to start a fire? Let's start a fire, Bill. Oh, Lord. Let's start a fire.
This could be the last live we ever do. At least from this setup.
Alright.
He might be building that new shack before y'all know it. Quicker than he thought.
It's actually harder to start a fire than you would think. We need some thick material.
You got this whole piece down here that you can use it glued together, but
Hang on, I got it. Oh.
oh Lord.
Alright, so I'm gonna try to start a fire. Just to show you, it's not that easy. Like, I mean, yes, it can happen, but it's not like you're gonna just be working and all of a sudden, boom, everything blows up. It's not that way. Yeah, that one's cross hatching.
That actually looks good though. Like you said,
Yeah.
that shade on it. It actually looks
Well,
really good.
Yeah, we got this over here going with the cross hatch action on that really, really crazy high LPI. So we're gonna go over here and we're gonna start a fire in this enclosure. So let's get at it. Let me see here. All right, so file, new window. No, I'm gonna go with the A70 Pro. Go ahead and home that bad boy. Let's set this out here in the middle, just in case we are successful in starting a fire. All right. Let's see. We'll do a circle. And because I know this machine, I'm going to run this circle 50 millimeters a second, 100% power, and we're going to crank the LPI up to like 300. And hit, okay. All right, so.
I got a truck board out next time. Truck board out.
All right. All right, so auto focusing this guy. All right, so on this machine, this is about a piece of 3/4 inch oak. It's very hard wood. It's 3/4 of an inch thick, so there's not a lot of chance of this 70 watt blowing all the way through the back of it. So we're gonna set this up, and this is gonna be our attempt at starting a fire. So I'm gonna go over here to my cuts and layers. I got it 50 millimeters a second. We're gonna run this 4 passes. All right, and Bill is on fire watch over here. So,
Yeah, multi oven.
all right, let's we gotta start another cutting board. Hang on, let's get the other cutting board first. So, another cutting board done. Boom, and that is a brown engraved bamboo. Huffman?
Yeah, Huffman and Louis.
Alright, so we need on this one Huffman. Huffman. All right, and start. All right, so now we can get back to playing. All right, so you ready over there, Bill? You on fire watch?
Oh, got it. I got it.
All right, we're gonna turn the exhaust on. It's gotta get dusty.
We got this on spray instead of spray.
That's all you need. No, don't. Just need to spray. I tell you, it's actually a lot harder to start a fire with a laser than you would think. I mean, I am running an insanely slow speed with this 70-watt machine right here.
I see some embers down in there, but it's...
Yeah, I mean...
They're going out as fast as it goes by.
With air assist especially, because air assist keeps those particles moving, it's not as likely. I mean, the biggest concern is, like, if you had, let's say your honeycomb was just way needing cleaning, it is more likely to start a fire than this. I don't know. I got that LPI turned up pretty high, Bill. I don't know. I got it pretty high. That ain't hitting my honeycomb, is it? That's making a weird sound. Hold on. That sounds like that might be chewing a hole through my honeycomb. Stand by, guys. That's a weird sound. No, it was just interacting with the wood, something weird. It sounded like it was messing. It sounded like it was messing with my honeycomb, but it wasn't. But there's a perfect like hole in there. So we're going to slow it down a little more. That's still not trying to start a fire. All right. So let's slow it down even more. All right. So let's make our circle bigger. Maybe we can get a little more heat build up. All right, let me circle frame. All right, so we're gonna take the power, the speed, run the speed down to 30. All right, let's see what that does. Here we go.
Throwing a few more sparks.
Oh, it's breathing like a dragon in there, guys. It's throwing sparks, but are we gonna be able to start a fire? Making some smoke. Mama Bear, trust me, I have been running these lasers enough that I know exactly how hard it is to actually start a fire in these machines if you've got everything set up the way it's supposed to be. I would be surprised if we were successful in actually starting a fire. The majority of the time, the smaller the machine, like the lower power of the laser, and the thicker the material, that's when you're going to wind up. That's when you're going to wind up with issues. Like this machine right here it is ripping through this material. But I will say that I do know a way that I can get it to burn, and if I can't successfully start one doing it the right way, then we're going to get a little crazy and see. But right now, as you can see, I'm engraving this at 30 millimeters a second, 100% power. This is a 70-watt machine. I've got the LPI turned up to 300. I had it running 4 passes, but I can't let it do that because it's actually going to cut through the material and mess my machine, my honeycomb up. Because I do know that this 70-watt will actually, it will remove material from the honeycomb if you go too slow. So,
Plasma cutter?
yeah, it's like a little baby plasma cutter. Seriously, there's little, you can look real carefully at my honeycomb, and there's little pieces of my honeycomb missing where I messed up, went too slow. Yeah, it's like a little plasma cutter. It's crazy. So it's still trying. We've got it running really slow,
Going out too fast.
but while we're at it, let's go look at what we got going on with the other machines.
Hey,
All
what
right,
the air
so this one's done. Huh?
What the air is just what?
I don't want to gum. I don't want to blow a lens up.
I'm just saying that's what I think when that's going about faster.
Well, that's what I my thing is. You use air assist all the time. So here's my other one. See, this is the fading effect that I got with this other crosshatch. This is the crosshatch engraved, guys, but the LPI, I wish you could see that. This is, seriously, it is not engraved in the material, hardly any, but let me show you the settings we used on this one. This one right here, the LPI on this is that 50 lines per inch. And so if you're doing shading and you don't want to take a whole lot of time when you're doing an engrave, that's one way of doing it to get you a little color and make it look cool.
It looks and feels like a pair of blue jeans.
Yeah, it's kind of got that blue jean texture to it.
It literally looks and feels like a pair of blue jeans. Like it has that texture in. I see the crosshatch.
But we're going to go in here now and I'm going to change this to 10 lines per minute per inch. So that's going to put our lines being 2.54 millimeters apart. So we'll go there. And we'll go back to our fire starting escapade we got going on over here. So, what's it looking like, Bill? We got flames visible yet?
Nope. None yet.
All right, it's a little ridiculous.
But you're going almost halfway through it, though, I would say.
All right, so that's not starting a fire, guys. So, I'm gonna stop it, home the machine, and we're gonna come in from the other side. All right, so what I'm gonna do now is the scan angle is at 0. So I'm gonna change that scan angle to 180. And we're gonna slow it down to 5 millimeters a second. Let's see if we can start a fire that way. So here we go. So basically what I did is I reversed it to where it's going to start at the top of the circle instead of the bottom, because we had some material left. And I slowed it down to like 5 millimeters a second,
Got a lot more light to it.
which is really slow. It's probably going to go all the way through this piece of 3/4 material.
Yeah, I'm getting smoke from under it.
Yeah, there's no smoke visible. And if you notice, the inside of the enclosure is starting to look like there's no smoke. Because it's probably being pulled to the bottom. Because this is my downdraft setup here. The exhaust is pulled out below that honeycomb. Yep, not gonna happen. All right, well, Bill, we tried. Let's see if it's. Let's see. It might be. It might be burning. It might be. Is that just trapped smoke or is it on fire?
No, it looked like it was kind of
Uh-oh.
pretty good. It's coming out in the middle.
Let's check it.
That was,
We got a fire, guys. We got a fire. I have successfully started a fire on the back side. See that? That's what you'll get. It's not going to be a raging inferno typically, as long as you keep your machine clean and this doesn't get allowed to spread. But it's scorching. It's burning. There's little, like, it's generating heat, but it's literally like the ash on a cigarette or something inside there. So this is the closest thing to a fire I've ever seen in my machines.
We didn't jack up the honeycomb.
No, the honeycomb looks fine. But now I think since we cut the air off to it and everything, it's quit burning. But that's as close as we could come. And that was us trying to start a fire. But now just for good measure, Bill, spray her down, sir. Yeah, we don't want to leave that in the shop. We're going to also take that out to the burn pile, and we're going to go ahead and throw that in the burn pile in the event that it later on decides it wants to ember itself into a flame. So, no, that goes in the burn pile.
I'm taking it out there.
Yeah, we don't leave that. We're not leaving that in the shop. There could be some little fire hiding in there somewhere.
It's still smoking.
Yeah. Yeah. So don't ever leave. If you do have this situation, don't leave it in your shop. Take it, put it in a metal can. Don't put it in your trash can. Put it in a metal can. Put it in something, a flower pot, something. But there's where we were trying to start the fire the first time, and we were digging into it really, really deep.
We should just
sprayed
it and then left it in the burn pile, just see if it fixes up by itself.
Yeah, but
We could have.
I think it had went out. I mean, it was on its way out when we pulled it out of there and got that air assist and stuff to quit blowing on it. It was done. Yeah. But there you go. There you go, guys. There you go. It's harder to start a fire than you think, but it can be done. So always be safe. Keep something handy. But typically speaking, a bottle with some water in it, like a Windex bottle, should be all you need unless you really walk away. Alright, so now you might be able to see my crosshatch on this one. See, there's what I did on this one. Alright, so this second one that I did right here, this is, and if you want to play with this, guys, that is an LPI of 10 that looks like a screen door right there. And the one beside it was an LPI of 50. So, yeah, you can get some pretty cool shading. Like if you were making something by doing this, just putting these little lines on there. And you can do crosshatch. You could even change it and put another layer on here and change the angle to 45 and do another crosshatch. And you can get some pretty weird looking designs and some cool shading from those. But there you go. Play with that. Crazy, very low numbers of LPI. It's pretty fun. And I use it in a few jobs.
This side.
Huh? Oh, you picking a side? Uh-oh.
I thought it's my here.
Bill's picking a side. All right, let's look at the one that come off of it.
Which one come off?
We got a show, folks.
I was just trying to set it up for the next one.
Boom. Look at that. Steve, look at that. It's brown on bamboo. Uh-huh. Everybody says, oh, you can't get brown on bamboo. It's going to be white and black. Mm-hmm. All right. Bill's picking a side on this one.
Well, this one here, the only thing about it, I have this little right here, but this side's got two of them.
Yeah, you don't want it in the engrave area.
No, it's going to be a bit above.
Yeah, as long as it's not in the engrave area. I mean, if it is, you can just work through it, but I would prefer it not be. So this one's going to be Lewis. Lewis. So there we go. All right, sending it.
That's the last one.
And that is my last bamboo board.
Hey, the extra over here still on this.
Yeah, hit the emergency switch on it. Yeah, I don't ever turn the switch off. I just hit the emergency switch. I don't know why they put the power switches all the way around the back on the X tools.
I don't want to hold it down too long.
Or the emergency switches all the way on the side. It's just, who knows? Yeah, don't try that at home, guys.
It was scary.
Yeah.
It almost hurt.
Well, the thing is I do enough crazy stuff. Like I said, I've only had 3 instances accidental. Now, I mean, if you count that one, 4. But I've only had 3 instances that were accidental where I had something that I had to spritz with the water. And those I was doing stuff that I really knew better than to do. But it's when you're testing machines and, you're trying to go slow or check to see what the focus is. I mean, you do things sometimes that probably aren't the best.
And I've been doing it for about 6.5, 7 months. I've been lucky so far. I haven't had any occurrences.
Well,
But I've got my water bottle and stuff set up just in case.
Yeah.
You never know.
Greg says I'm a pyromaniac, but no, I'm not. I just, like I said, it comes from doing a lot of this, a lot. So that one there's about to, once that gets done, guys, we'll be done. But I'm gonna go ahead. Y'all have seen enough of the bamboo stuff. If anybody wants to argue that I don't get good results on bamboo, just screenshot that and send it to them and tell them that it's not the bamboo, it's the user. But yeah, now like I said, the MK2, the Algo laser MK2, and the We Create is something in the pulse rate, is something in the way that their lasers are set up. I do get better brown results using those machines than I do any of the others. So that is a little bit of an advantage for those of you that have the MK2, whether it be the Rolly or the Algo Laser MK2 or the We Create. That would be an advantage. Is doing it right. Bamboo, a really good medium. The last one coming up, and you should be able to see it's looking just as good as the others. So there we go. All right, Bill, how did it turn out on your end? You got any subscribers?
801.
801.
We got 21 subscribers today.
21? It's not bad. All right, guys, so I guess we are going to go get something to eat and get out of here. We've been live for almost 5 hours. I think this is a record. But this is how I spend my Saturdays. So any of y'all was asking what I do on Saturdays, this is kind of it. I sit out here working in the shop, doing jobs, trying to make a little money, throwing out a few videos for you guys, and all that good stuff. So if you hadn't already, there is a link to Bill's channel, Milk Money Mini Farm, and he's having a bit of an identity crisis right now as to what he's going to do videos about. So if you got any ideas or anything that you think he should do, go over and hit one of his videos, drop him a comment, and tell him what you want to see. I don't think long distance running is probably not going to be something he specializes in. I mean, you could start I don't know.
A weight loss deal.
I mean, well, I wasn't going to say a weight loss thing because I mean I don't know that you really want to lose any weight.
I need to lose some weight.
But I mean, you could start a lot of different topics. But I still think I think the shop stuff's pretty cool. Clack, what do you do? What did you do with the large refrigerator shield? I haven't done anything with it yet. I haven't come up with a project for it. The real thick, the Lexan that I haven't came up with the project I want to do. I've got a couple of ideas, but I don't want to waste it because I feel like if I make something out of it and it's not something I want to keep, then it's just going to be a waste. But it's still sitting over there. But anyway, guys, if you hadn't already, go check out Milk Money. There's a link to his channel. And don't forget, tomorrow night, Sunday Night Live, Steve and I will be talking about all the things that we didn't talk about today. And making fun of Steve for trying to engrave planes out of the sky or whatever he's doing over there at the flight field. Yeah. But if you hadn't already, go subscribe to Bill, subscribe to Steve, and check us out tomorrow night.